Hey there, everybody. Hey, Haas, thank you for the follow. And Mohammed, thank you so much for the follow. Players, how are y'all doing?
I thought I was unmuted. I forgot that I muted it at the switch.
Oh, you sound like you're talking from the other end of a tin can far away, Pete.
Is that better?
That's better. You sound like...
I didn't push the button hard enough, I guess. It's a switch, but you know.
Yeah. It's supposed to be on or off.
Not halfway in between. Anyway.
Not halfway in between, yes.
How are you doing today, Gally?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Hey, I can hear Chris trying to talk, but always when we're trying to talk, so everybody be quiet. Chris?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I was looking at my my D&D Beyond character sheet back when I was using it. Like, looking at all of these freaking notes, it's reminding me of a bunch of things that I completely forgot happened in, like, the last 2 years. under cool deeds, I put in there, I put rode on the back of a T-Rex and suplexed a werewolf. 2 things I completely forgot Galibar did.
You took that werewolf to Suplex City.
Yeah. Let's see. So do. All right. Well,
Roll 20 journals are getting a bit clogged up.
That's a big project to fix, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Well, when we've had a game that's had over 100 sessions, one thing I try to do, and I don't know that if I do something on my end, I don't know that it does anything for the players. But what I try to do on my end is whenever we leave a plane, I go and create a folder and just take all the stuff we used in that plane, throw it in there. And so then it kind of, so I have a Kamigawa plane. All the stuff we had in there goes in there, and then I archive all the maps and everything. So they're there if I ever need them and want to go back to them, but they're not coming up in active searches.
No, I still have a whole bunch of Kamigawa stuff.
The Ravnica and Innistrad planes are successfully folded, but Ravnica isn't, and neither is all of the card pieces.
Yeah. I still consider that part of the this ongoing thing, even though we have finished that up. All right, so let me go ahead and get the music turned down over here. Welcome, everybody. I am DM Galabond. I am gradually being joined by all of the players on the Discord and in the Roll20. And we are here for session 108 of the Walker of Waterdeep, our long-running campaign, planeswalking campaign that crosses the streams, dares to cross the streams of lore between Magic the Gathering and D&D. And last time we saw our heroes, they were in a pretty familiar plane. They were in Waterdeep. They were, in fact, finishing up with a masquerade ball a long-awaited masquerade ball, and which went off fairly successfully and only had minimal interruption in terms of the player's standpoint. And as we ended the session, everybody was kind of figuring out where they were going to go for the evening. I believe Galibar had finished notifying everyone that there was an errand that he was going to need to do, and that it was, he would be away a couple of days, but everybody should not worry. Some of the people, I believe, were intent on heading back to Lady Silverhand's for the evening, and then a couple of people were actually going to be going to I don't know where everybody else was going to. So let's just double check. Adamant, you were headed back to your shop, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you were going back to the shop. Galibar, I believe, was going to his mother's place. Was everybody else either directly or indirectly thinking that they would wind up eventually back at Lady Silverhand's, or did some of you have another destination in mind for the evening?
Since Elora and I do not have a place yet, we're going to be staying at Lady Silverhand's.
Okay.
Since it's, late at night and can't go looking for something.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then that would only leave a question with, let's see. Yeah, he is here. Oyohusa. Would Oyohusa be going back to Lady Silverhand's for now, or would he be headed elsewhere for the evening?
I suppose he'd go back to Silverhands.
Okay. All right. So is there anything in particular, now that we're kind of in the wee hours of the morning, is there anything in particular that anybody wants or needs to do prior to the city waking up the next morning, or?
Galibar
Okay.
has a lot of stuff planned for the next day, so he's sleeping early.
Okay. All right. So Galibar goes home, crashes. There's as he is just getting tucking himself into bed, there's a little knock on the door of his room, and his mother pokes her head in and says, "Dear, Lord and Lady, oh dear, you're already in bed. Never mind. I'm just going to an after party that Lord and Lady Harris are throwing. It's just down the block. I will be back sometime, but Pip can take care of your breakfast in the morning when you're ready. Have a good sleep, dear."
Enjoy your party.
I will. Ta-ta. And she closes the door and goes off the ever the socialite, Galibar's mother. All right. So otherwise, people get back to where they are spending the evening, and night passes and dawn breaks. And the City Watch has to assemble a repair crew to go out and fix the morning since the dawn broke. They successfully put some duct tape on it, and now there's a nice little shadow over the sun. But other than that, everybody wakes up, and it is the next day. So what? Let's go ahead and catch up with people as they are either having breakfast or getting started on their errands for the day. And Galibar mentioned he's got a busy day, so let's check in with Galibar first. Galibar, on this morning, this lovely morning after the ball, what are you going to be doing?
Okay. So I'm not sure how long this will take him. His day will be consisting of getting a second pair of sending stones, which you had listed as 250 gold.
Yep.
250 gold pieces. And then he's going to be seeing if he can rent a cart.
Okay.
For his fine steed to pull. And then he is going to be he has his four chests of stuff, and those are carrying like 100 freaking pounds of meat. He is going to see if he can get maybe 50 to 100 gold pieces worth of produce, like maybe potatoes and stuff like that.
Okay.
And putting them on the cart if he can find one. And then essentially just getting whatever he thinks his tribe might need other than food. Like maybe some replacement tools or hunting bows or something along those lines. Maybe like 100 pieces worth of replacement weaponry and tools.
Okay, so simple weapons, mainly. I think if you start getting, let me just double check with the equipment prices. I think even like short bows start to get a little expensive, but like if you're talking about things like axes and weapons that can work as both tools and weapons and those types of things, those are usually pretty cheap.
I'll put 300 gold pieces worth of simple weapons.
Okay. So with 300 gold pieces, we can just say you have an assortment of yada yada yada, and we'll just sort of call it good. If there's anything in particular that you mention when you get to where you're going, that'll be fine. So yeah, let's see. Obviously, no problem finding the sending stones. Those are relatively easy to find in a place like Waterdeep. And you can always go by and visit Fastenberg's vault, and you'll get a you'll get a story about how you should use those in fighting against trolls, along with being able to buy the weapons or being able to buy the stones. And then there's big produce markets in several different areas of Waterdeep. There's some that are kind of centrally located, where a lot of individuals go to buy their produce. Then there are some that are near some of the more commercial districts where it's kind of wholesale stuff. And with the amount of produce you're looking at, you could probably go and buy that kind of stuff at one of those wholesale markets. It would be a small order on a wholesale scale, but it would be probably a little bit easier to get those in, already packaged for, large containers, instead of trying to go to a farmer's market where they're expecting to sell, 5 potatoes to Mrs. Smith and, 5 stalks of green beans to, Dr. Jones and all that other kind of stuff. So you can go and get all of the things that you want at one of those more commercial places. The cart itself Let's see. You're talking about like maybe a 4-wheel cart.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
ones like in like the old west they would use to bring goods or something like that.
Yeah.
But
That's pretty cheap. That's 15 gold pieces. So you can find that with no problem. Just I'm just going to look up and okay. I am just trying to figure out if there's. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time with it because I don't think it's a huge bit of importance. But I'm going to say that that every pound of produce you buy would run you a silver piece.
oh wow, that's
So-
a lot of.
So it's like you could buy. I mean, so 50 pounds of potatoes would be 5 gold. 50 pounds of lettuce would be 5 gold. Whatever it is. So you can figure out how much you want, and you probably then would be more constrained by the. Let me just see.
I'll
tells
put
me
it down from 100 to 25 gold pieces of produce because it's
okay.
a lot more than
All
I
right.
thought.
Yeah, and what's weird is the cart. The cart tells me that the cart itself weighs 200 pounds, but it doesn't tell me what the carrying capacity of the cart is. So, yeah, we'll just say the carrying capacity. If it'll probably hold a total of 500 pounds of cargo, but it's a light duty cart. It's not a big 2-ton pickup truck. It's a light duty cart there. And so you can figure out however much stuff you're carrying. Those weapons are probably going to be.
I can keep the weapons in my bag of holding.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, same with the chests of preserving that have like the meat and stuff in it.
Okay. All right. So those are in the bag of holding. Chests of preserving are in the bag of holding. Yeah, you can spend a good solid 5 or 6 hours running around the city doing that and getting that done. And you'll, depending on how early you start, you can either be close to finishing that up and realizing, oh, hey, over there, I'm feeling a little thirsty. There's the yawning portal. Maybe I'll go in there and grab a drink. Or if you started a little later, you had have stopped and maybe had lunch at a little cafe somewhere, and then early afternoon be finishing up and heading back to your mother's house.
The second part.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to you if you think of anything in particular, any of those interactions in particular you want to RP. I'll come back to you and we can do that. Otherwise, I'm going to move on for right now to Enka.
Yes.
Enka. So you wake up at Lady Silverhand's estate.
Okay.
You are sort of familiar with the rhythm of the day here. Yes, there's breakfast available.
Yum,
And
Yeah.
that aroma is catching your nostrils. And are you and Elora sharing a room, or do you each have your own separate rooms? I thought you each had your own separate rooms.
We
I'm
have our
not
own
sure.
separate rooms.
Okay, so what is Enka's morning routine when she wakes up?
Well, get up, bathe myself, because, well, last night, even though didn't do a whole lot, you wear all that outfit and you get you get sweaty and gross. So, she would have, excuse me, done that, and then, at that point in time, put away her outfit and basically put it back into storage or prepped it for storage to be stored away. And then made her way downstairs after knocking on Elora's door to see if she's even up yet. So.
Okay.
Should be in the garden. Probably.
Yeah, so when she doesn't get an answer, she goes downstairs to do her own thing for breakfast.
Okay. All right. And so she is down there, and we will catch back up with Enka in a few minutes. And Elora, the sun falls into Elora's window. Quick, you better grab a fire extinguisher. The sun is catching everything on fire.
Not
what
my
would-
plans.
What would Elora like to do this morning?
Elora would probably wake up early with a lot of energy and want to do stuff during the day. So she would probably just rush out of her room early in the morning, grab something, make something for herself out in the chef area, kitchen, if they would let her. If not, she'll just order food to go to the garden.
They will make a breakfast special to order for you. You tell them what you want, and they will make it for you. And you realize that, or Elora realizes after she sort of hems and haws a little bit, that now there's not one, but there are 3 of the kitchen staff that are waiting to get her exactly what she wants for breakfast.
Then she'll order something for herself, and then she'll order something for the other gardeners as well, just to surprise them a bit. And she will go down to the gardens and wait for the food as she starts picking around the plants, making sure that everything's okay. If she finds something off, she'll fix it, type of thing.
You know, it's amazing what a difference 24 hours, or is it 24 or 48? I think 48 hours makes. Because 2 mornings ago, you were here and you were a little bit aghast with the conditions that you found in the garden. But you realize after the head gardener spent the better part of a day transcribing information from your book, and now presumably putting that into practice with his staff. Yeah, these people might actually develop a green thumb. Between all of them, they might be able to avoid killing all the plants that are in the garden and actually helping most of them thrive. So, hey, big improvement. They're still not up to, circle standards when it comes to, the way druids would coax the plants to do their best. But, for people that are just simple journeymen, they're not doing a bad job. So, yeah, you're if you're not impressed, you're hopeful. You feel like these guys may have a chance. So they're on the right track. And it is while you are waiting for the order of food to come out, and while you are inspecting some of those, that you hear the familiar falls of feet, and you look around and, oh, hey, there's Enka. And she's got the last bit of her breakfast in her hand, and she's coming out enjoying the gardens, and apparently trying to see if you're okay.
As soon as Laura finds Enka, Elora will just run over to Enka and say, "Oh, I just ordered a feast for everyone. This is gonna be so lovely. And oh, don't get me started on the plants. Like, look at the plants. They look so much happier. They look so much brighter." And she'll just go off on like a rant and like not certain, but so confident about her plants and like beaming with happiness.
She smiles, at her friend and goes, "I will take your word for it. Not being a plant person, I will take your I can't talk this morning." She's just kind of like, her mind's in about 6 different directions at once. She's just like, yeah, well, it looks great, and it sounds like they're well on their way to being much more happy and healthy.
Part of what I think has Enka a little bit tongue-tied this morning is that there's, ever since the unfortunate incident in Kamigawa, there's times that just unbidden, Enka has these strange feelings and strange urges. And this morning is one of those times because, Elora says these plants look really healthy, but there's a tiny, maybe primitive portion of Enka's brain that says, I don't know about healthy, but they do look kind of tasty. And it's like she doesn't know where that comes from, and that's just kind of got that I cannot talk straight, 'cause that's weird. I've never felt that way about plants before, at least not plants in the garden.
Yeah.
Fruit,
kind of like,
yes. Vegetables, yes. But the plants themselves, what?
Yeah. She's just kind of like,
Oh, Enka, I can't wait to show you the tulips. Come look at the tulips. And she'll kind of like try and pull Enka along and say, why'd you already get breakfast? I was going to have a feast, and it was going to be a wonderful idea, and it was going to be perfect. But you know what? You're still going to shove your face full of a little bit more food just to make the gardeners happy, because the gardeners worked really, really, really hard. Okay?
Oh, okay. Sure. Whatever you say. She's kind of like, I can always eat more.
Yeah, and as Enka and Elora are going off to look at yet more flowers in the garden, Oyohusa, how does Oyohusa start his day?
Oyohusa was up before the sun even came up.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably was just spending leisure time in the. I'm sure there's some den / study / I don't know, some social area somewhere where he's probably reading about the news of the day and what's going on in Waterdeep and having tea and things like that.
There is an area in the guest wing where it is a library, and the library has they wouldn't be called French doors in this setting. We'll say they would be called Neverwinter doors in this setting. Neverwinter doors that open out onto a what seems like a low balcony. Except when you walk out, you realize, okay, this is on the ground floor, and there's maybe a 200 square foot patio area that's paved, and then there's about a banister around most of that, except for where a wide staircase goes out onto a lawn that then that looks towards the east, and maybe 30 or 40 paces away from this balcony, there is a grove of trees. And it's clear that these are estate trees. So this is a grove that is a tended grove. It's not an orchard of fruit or something that's grown for that. They are probably there for shade and whatnot, but it is nevertheless has that look of kind of a manicured area. So if Oyohusa wants a place where he can greet the sunrise, either out on the grass or out on that patio, he's got that. If he then wants to retreat inside and study books or read the broadsheets for the day, he can do that as well.
Yeah, he'll probably have gone outside and meditated as the sun was coming up, and then he does his morning workout routine because he's kind of skipped that the last few days, and then he'll retire and relax. And like I said, he'll probably have tea, and I'm sure there's some kind of Waterdeep newspaper or something. So he's probably trying to read about the gossip of the town and what's going on. See if he sees anything interesting.
Okay, there are a number of broadsheets, and I'll have to look and see if there's anything that catches his eye in particular. But while he is in the study, a servant will come by and will bring a couple of broadsheets, and when they find him in there, we'll ask him if he would like some tea brought, and then we'll bring back some tea and then a little selection of like pastries. And they'll probably ask him if there's anything in particular he wants for breakfast, and if he wants to take his breakfast in there, they'll just bring it to him. So
all right, sounds good.
He can do that. And last but not least, we have Adamant. Now, Adamant, as we know, doesn't necessarily need sleep, but he does need some downtime. So when he got back to his shop, would he have used that immediately for his downtime, or would he have worked a little bit before he takes his downtime?
He would take his downtime, and I sent you a message.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, it would be. Yes.
Cool. So what he's going to do...
Especially if you have all the raw materials, because the other is just workmanship. And so it's...
Well, he's going to make the raw materials. He's going to melt down about 400 silver coins into 4 silver ingots.
Okay.
And he is going to use that to craft that.
Okay. And that is using his craft item ability?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long does that...
that takes an hour.
Okay.
the ingots might take a little longer. Probably
Yeah.
a couple of hours because they get.
Okay, so but definitely by mid-morning.
Yeah.
He is now quite literally putting the finishing touches of polishing this and getting it to the right amount of either flat or bright finish that he wants it to be, so that it will make the kind of impression. And I take it this is to go with him this evening.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Okay. And so let's go back around the circle to catch everybody up to the afternoon. Because Galibar, we know, is busy all morning in town. Unless Galibar was there any of the shopping that you wanted to RP, or were you fine with just narratively going through it like we did?
There was something that I thought of.
Okay, sure.
My silver dragon mask. I wanted to see if I could go to the same magic shop that I had went to earlier in the day. See if I can get him to enchant it with the voice amplification part of thaumaturgy.
Okay. Enchanting, that's a really good question. I know that there are rules on enchanting items. So
I know this is a minor effect that can sometimes even just
sure
random enchantment, so I figured.
Yeah. Okay. Dun. Oh no, that's enchanting. No webs. Sources, DM's guide. There's got to be a DM's guide somewhere for enchanting an item.
It's under downtime activities.
Under downtime activities. Okay, so derpy derp. Downtime activities, chapter 6. Okay. Building a stronghold, carousing, crafting a magic item. Okay. This would be we're going to say if it's just not even a full effect, but a partial effect of a cantrip, then that I'm going to call it a common item. And the cost is 100 gold pieces, but where the hell does it tell me what the time is?
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's a little odd sometimes. Crafting.
Oh, we're 8 hours each of these days. Supposed to do it in 25 gold pieces per day increments. So if you want to create something that creation cost is 100 gold pieces, it's supposed to take 4 days, basically. Now, you are going to a magic shop, and I am going to assign a percentage, and we will find out if he has this type of thing. Oh, but you want the enchantment applied to a specific item. Okay. All right. That's not going to work.
I was figuring he could enchant it.
Yeah.
Or I could find somebody who can enchant it.
He has a guy that will enchant it, and because if you're going to Fastenburg, because you are Oyohusa's friend, and because you already autographed that nifty piece that he now prominently has displayed, and he is asking an exorbitant amount for an item once owned by the and personally autographed by the former champion of the arena in Waterdeep. He will be willing to get that enchanted for you for half price. So he'll only charge you 50 gold. But because it's a specific item you want enchanted, one thing he cannot do is he doesn't have anything that will speed up time. So he can have it back to you in 4 days, but that's the quickest he can do it.
Yeah, that's he'll say that's more like I'm about to go off for a few days anyway, so that's more than doable.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So he says now, for you, I'll just ask you to pay when it's done. Normally, I would ask for half of the money, or 25 gold up front. But because you are leaving this lovely item as collateral, won't ask you anything. Just 50 gold when it is ready, and it will be. And he goes over a few things with you. Okay, do you want it to have like the full range of vocal capabilities? Do you want it to speak with a certain consistent voice, like higher pitched, lower pitched? Do you want it to just repeat whatever you say, regardless of which language you use, or do you want it to always speak in a certain language? This, that, and the other.
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to make my voice louder.
Oh, very well then. He puts that up in the work order, and he tears off a piece of the ticket that has a claim number on it, and hands that to you, and says, now, obviously, since it's you, I won't forget, but the code of merchants in Waterdeep says I must give one of these tickets to everybody when they leave an item for work, and you bring it back, and they want to be satisfied that the claim ticket you bring back matches up with the work order that I have. So,
okay, he'll take it and he'll put it in his bag of holding.
Okay, wonderful. All right, and Fassenber is very excited about this. He says, I'm gonna have to remember to tell Oyohusa next time I see him that it's so great having his friends come by and do business. This is wonderful.
Yes, it is good to have a shop where I can go to that I know I'll be treated right.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And remember, if you kill any trolls, bring back some of their teeth or their fingernails, preferably after they've been burned, so they can't regenerate. What I would really love is a burned, boiled, tarred, and acid-scarred troll head that I could put above the front door just to teach those trolls a lesson that don't come into Fassenber's vault, or this is what's going to happen to you.
Grief.
Okay, if I ever run into a troll, I will keep that in mind.
And it's like, just run it through the gambit and I'll buy it from you.
And that makes him very happy. So let's see. Enka and Elora.
Mm-hmm.
You all are in the garden, and both of you give me a perception check. I want to see who sees them first. Both of you will see them, but I just want to know who gets the first sight. Okay, so Enka,
Mm-hmm.
you are the first one to catch sight of one of the gardeners. And the gardener looks over and sees you. More importantly, sees Elora, and the eyes go wide, and they just kind of scurry off in another direction, very rapidly. And then, after a couple of minutes, you see a couple of other gardeners, they're peeking around the edge of things, just sort of looking in your direction. And if they notice you, they duck back out of the way. And you see this go on a couple of times before Elora would notice it. And then Elora, about the time that you can hear the rattle of a cart being pushed along the path, a cart that probably sounds like it's something from the kitchen, that probably has food on it. You see one of the gardeners, and this gardener is waving to somebody, and the head gardener comes out, and the head gardener looks at you and affixes this brave smile on his face, and he begins walking towards you, and he's not exactly sure what to expect. The last time you all talked, it was very pleasant, but the time before that, he got an earful, so he's a little bit hopeful, a little bit anxious about what your pronouncements might be. So the head gardener is coming one way. You can hear the cart coming from the other way. What would Elora like to do?
Knowing that the food's gonna still be delivered to her, she'll run up to the gardener and grasp a hold of his hands and say, "Oh dear, you did such a good job. Something to reward you all. Tell everyone to come out. Come." She kind of then lets go, and with a smile on her face, she'll kind of giddily run to the cart and say, "Ta-da!"
And so when you tell him that he's done a good job, there's this immediate wave of relief that washes over him, and then you talk about a reward, and so he starts waving to the other gardeners, and when they come out and they see this cart, it's one of these carts that it looks rather small, but then they begin folding the leaves out on it, and they do this little thing where the wheels kind of raise up into the body of the cart. So now it's standing on stable legs instead of being on rolling wheels. And they begin pulling out these serving platters from underneath it, and they pull out these covered dishes, and they start setting up the little things with the heating elements, which in this case, these are stones that have been superheated. I don't know if you guys have ever been to those restaurants where they bring you the lava stones that can be used to cook your food on or keep your food warm or whatever. And so they're using those instead of something let's say, sterno to keep the covered dishes that have the heated food warm. And now they start unfolding from underneath some chairs and start laying those out. And now the gardeners realize, oh, wait a minute, you're bringing them a big breakfast feast. And they all start smiling. And then there comes another cart, and this cart has a couple of people, and it has all of the urns, the big urns full of hot water, and the urns full of coffee, and some big pitchers of juice, and all of the cups and everything like that, and big pitchers of water. So they'll bring those out, and they start setting the plates up, and people are starting to get very excited, and so the garden staff gets ready to sit down, and there's enough places that they can all sit around the table, and there's 2 additional places for you and Enka to sit as well. So when you get there, the gardener, the master gardener, he stands up and he takes his little hat off, and he holds his hat over his heart, and he says, Lady Elora, you honor us too much. This is such a wonderful gesture. Thank you. I am so glad that our efforts have pleased you. Gentlemen, this is the Lady Elora. She is a high druid who is offering her counsel and has helped us to make the gardens of Lady Silverhand even more beautiful. And it is through her that some of the recent techniques that I have been teaching you have come from. And I thank you so much, my lady. And he bows very deeply before he puts his hat back on and he sits down.
Laurel kind of awkwardly smile, and then she turns to Enka and says, I forgot to get Lady Silverhand's permission. And then finally comes to a realization of like, uh-oh, I may have messed up.
Enka was off in her little own world, and she kind of like blinks and looks at you and goes, what? Why would you need her permission?
I messed with her staff, and I just ordered like half the menu and a lot more stuff. Because what they don't know is that it's just not breakfast. There's going to be lunch too, and there's going to be dinner.
Are you whispering this to me?
Yeah. With a smile on her face, trying to stay nice and
at this point in time, Enka just kind of chuckles and, pats her hand and goes, I'm sure it will be fine. Don't worry about it. And you stay here and enjoy. I'll be right back. So she gets up and says, don't worry about it. It'll be okay. Kind of like, there, pat.
Okay. Accept it, then she'll sit down at the table and talk with the farmers, answer any questions that they have to want to ask her and everything like that. So,
and then Enka will go off and look for Lady Silverhand.
Yeah, they will. A couple of them, or most of them, seem to be very reluctant to ask any questions at first, but then one of them brings up a question about a particular type of plant that they have been having trouble growing here in the gardens in Waterdeep. And when he mentions the plant, it's something that, the name at first is not familiar to you, but when he starts describing it, you realize, oh, this is very similar to the plants that are one of the plants that you knew from Innistrad. And as he starts describing growing it, you almost giggle to yourself because you realize that at least in Innistrad, this plant would not flourish unless it was fairly high up on the side of a mountain. If it was down in the plains or if it was close to the sea, and obviously Waterdeep is a seaport, it really would struggle to survive. For whatever reason, it seemed to like being in a little bit drier and a much higher altitude. So, what would you tell him when he describes this problem to you?
I kind of chuckle and say, "Oh well, that's not a silly question at all. The reason why this is having so much trouble, which is why I put it next to the amber flowers, because those produce heat, and this flower really likes heat and it really likes to be high, which is why it's more off the ground, or that's why we built like that little shelf." So it's a little bit higher, even though it'd rather do on the top of a castle or a mountain or some sort like that. So like, we're trying to make it so you guys don't have to travel around the whole castle, even though I suggest putting plants everywhere, because they belong here, okay? And then she'll kind of go off to like a tangent of like, you know what, this place would look a lot better with plants. It's like, you know what, just turn the whole castle into plants. Because Enka's not there to stop her from rambling on, and she's just so giddy and excited and happy. Like, she's just continuing.
And there, as you go and you discuss, there's a few of them that are just looking at you and kind of they're nodding their heads, and it's like you could almost see that they're sharing your vision of the entire building covered in vines and plants and what that would look like, and they're doing that, and there are several of them that are looking a little bit horrified because they're like, okay, what would Lady Silverhand do if we started trying to do, they're taking everything you say very literally, and they're worrying about what their boss is going to say if they tried to do that. And because they all they know is that you are a powerful druid who has a lot of insight onto plants, and as gardeners, they kind of just want to share in whatever wisdom you can offer them. And but now it's like, okay, she's telling us this, but we know our boss has never done anything like that before. What is Lady Silverhand gonna say?
That'll be wonderful camouflage, but I know it's out of reach, and I know it's not possible. But just imagine. She'll go on and say like all the little houses and stuff around the village. Like, it would be so pretty if they just blended in, and the plants could thrive around the house, and who knows, new species of plant can happen, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so yes, they are enraptured, and they will sit there and continue to listen to Elora's advice, and gradually they'll ask more and more questions, and some of them are very basic questions, and some of them are very specific questions about certain types of plants, and you can answer those and give them the information that they need, because none of it is taxing for Elora's knowledge of the lore of flora in this kind of terrain, because most of them are kind of considering, okay, what's actually going to work better for a climate like ours, and you have all the sea coastal, the salt air that comes in, and this and that and the other, and yada yada yada, that they ask about. Meanwhile, Enka, you are headed off to the house to try to find Lady Silverhand?
Yes.
Okay. You get some instructions, and you take a turn down a hall, and you think you're going the right way, although it doesn't quite look familiar. And there's a door over there, and you've been told, okay, if you go through that door, it'll take you into an office suite where you should be able to find Lady Silverhand. And you go to that door, and it doesn't necessarily look like an office door, but it's the one people told you to go to. So you shrug, you open the door, and you find yourself walking into a library. And oh, hey, over there, sitting there reading one of the broadsheets, it's Oyohusa. It's not Lady Silverhand.
So she just casually walks up to him and leans on the back of his chair. What you doing? Looks over his shoulder.
I'm reading the Waterdeep newspaper.
Any good gossip lately? Anything juicy?
I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
I see.
Oh, you can see Enka on the back sheet, which is the end of the society sheets. You can see that there are some artistic renderings of some of the costumes that were at the masquerade ball last night.
Interesting. You said I'm on there, or I can't, or
no? You can see that there, and you recognize. Oh, these are drawings from some of the costumes that you saw last night.
Gotcha.
So yeah, he's kind of working his way through the paper. I'm just saying that from looking at the paper from the outside, you can see that he may not have noticed it yet. Whether you want to point that out to him or not, that's up to you.
No, that's fine. So
okay.
So she stands up from where she was leaning over the back of his chair and kind of moves around a little bit towards the front and goes, "Have you seen Lady Silverhand?"
Not since late last night.
They told me I was supposed to go this way to find her. Instead, of course, I found you. So, not quite what I was looking for.
Maybe she has not.
And Oyohusa, as far as you know, you were told this is still part of the guest suites. This is not part of the office suites.
Am I in the wrong place or what?
Well, this is the guest suites. What time of day is it already?
By this time, it's like maybe what we would consider about 9 o'clock in the morning. If you were a busy official, consumed with city business, you would probably be already at your desk job by now. So you would expect to find Lady Silverhand in the more of the official wing of the residence, where all of the offices are. If you want to think of Lady Silverhand's estate, it's not laid out the same way, but if you kind of want to think of how it's partitioned, think about kind of a building like the White House, where part of it is residence, and then in her case, because she's of the way Waterdeep or the way Sword Coast nobility and city-states operate, there's also a sub-part of the residence that is guest suites for ambassadors from some of the other city-states. And then there's another whole wing of the same building that is given over to offices for official city business. So in a similar way that the White House has residents and then places to receive guests and places for formal and informal functions, and then there's also offices in the White House where people go to their day job. all the time. So,
Okay.
Perhaps
Yeah,
you
you
should ask one of the butlers or some wait staff to.
I kind of already did. So, but that's all right. I'll find my way around.
You could try the offices.
Hmm.
And he briefly describes how to get there.
I'll try that then. All right. Well, hopefully you have a good day. And then she just kind of walks off.
go. Okay. All right.
And then she goes back in search of Lady Silverhand.
Yeah, and you realize you could swear that when the person giving you directions had told you when you get to that T intersection, make a right. But when you go back to that T intersection, you can see across the other way. If you had made a left instead of making a right, that's clearly heading now towards the business offices. So, yeah, somebody just apparently didn't have their coffee this morning and mixed up their left and right, and they told you the wrong direction.
She kind of mumbles a little bit. She's just kind of like, "Oh, brother." Yeah. So then she of course then goes down the other hallway and knocks on the door.
Yeah, you now it's starting to look more official, and you knock on a door, and there's a voice that says, "Come in."
And so Enka will enter and sketch a slight curtsy.
You enter, and you find yourself in a room that has several desks in it, and each of those desks is occupied by some sort of assistant or functionary or something like that. And the one that is closest to the door is clearly like a scheduler or a gatekeeper, or somebody that decides, okay, you're bringing business to the office. Are you going to be worth our time, or are we going to stall you so that the people who are doing all the important work can actually get stuff done? And when they see that it's you, the woman, who is a human woman, and in her early 20s, she looks like, she stands up and she says, "Oh, Lady Enka, pleasure to see you. How can I help you?"
Yes, I was just either wishing to speak to Lady Silverhand or someone who could put my friend's fears to rest. She ordered a lunch and a breakfast and a dinner to be taken out to the gardeners, and she's afraid she has overstepped her bounds. And I told her that I would just come and speak to whomever could allay those fears.
Would this be your druid friend, the Lady Elora?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh well. Let me check something. And so she goes and she pulls out a ledger from a drawer, and she opens it up, and she runs a finger down, and she finds an entry, and she goes over and she finds something, and she jots something down on a little scrap of paper. She closes that ledger, puts it in. She stands up. She goes over to a shelf where there are a bunch of other ledgers, and she's looking clearly for something that matches what she wrote on the paper. And she finds that ledger, she pulls it out, she brings it back to the desk, opens it, clearly looking for a certain page, and she says, "Oh, yes, well, each of you, as as an extraplanar ambassador, as long as each of you do not spend more than 100 gold pieces worth of food, then you're well within the expectations. If and this is for the gardeners,
Mhm.
it's hard for me to imagine any of their meals being, for all of them, any of them being more than 10 gold pieces. So we're probably talking about, 30, maybe 35 gold pieces for the day? That's fine.
I'm not good at judging, but if she has gone over 100, I will cover the difference.
Oh, wonderful. I really don't think it's going to be a problem, but if I get any reports, I will make sure, and she jots something down, I will make sure to bring that to Lady Silverhand's attention. I don't think it's going to be an issue. You might, or then again, you might not be, depending on where you've been. I understand you've been to some very exotic locations. There are some ambassadors that we have seen come through since we first met the Ravnikins, who have some incredibly exotic and very expensive tastes in food. Yes, some of them require their food to be brought to them alive.
Oh, well, okay.
Yes. Well, we're not supposed to question cultural norms. But yeah, it's like I think if any of them required a sentient creature being brought to them as food alive, that might be something that Lady Silverhand would balk at. But so far, they haven't requested that. But yes, it's. Yeah, sometimes you have to have people go out on the hunt and bring in live prey for the ambassadors. And that can get a little expensive.
Gotcha.
So, yes, shouldn't be a problem. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nope, that was it.
Oh, wonderful. Well, are you enjoying your stay here at the estate? Is there anything we can get for you, or anything that you
I am
require?
enjoying it quite a bit. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I won't keep you any longer unless there's anything else you require.
Okay. Nope, that's fine. And about that time, she takes the little sheet of paper and gives a slight curtsy and turns and walks away because, well, she answered her question.
Okay. All right. So, Enka goes off, and
I will go to the
Elora.
kitchen to see how much the food is that's been ordered for the 3 meals.
Oh, okay. You get there. Yeah, they know what the gardeners like, and it's not a surprise. The gardeners are simple folk. They
Mhm.
like simple food. And so the menu that they have prepared for them, the ingredients to feed the head gardener and all of his staff 3 meals for the day, comes to 27 gold, 7 silver, and 3 copper.
Okay.
So there's nowhere near 100 gold. So
Good.
yeah, it's fine.
Yay. Okay. At that point in time, then I'll just go back out and
Yeah.
meet up
And
with
and most of the 27 gold is because Elora insisted that they be given both wine and some very fancy tea with each of the meals. So it's like if they hadn't asked for the wine or the tea, it'd probably be the total for all three meals would probably be something like 10 gold. So
Gotcha.
it's
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So then I'll just head out and put her fears to rest and tell her it's fine and go from there.
Okay. Let's jump back to that library there. I was thinking that we were going to have a little bit longer scene there at the library, but Oyohusa, as you work your way through the broadsheet, there's typical news, talk about progress on the rebuilding efforts. There's an item in the news about some minor trouble with the Xanathar Guild. There's apparently a disappearance that happened about 6 months ago of a merchant, and then about 2 months ago, the remains of the merchant were found in a canal, and then apparently yesterday, the Order of Magus and Protectors made an arrest, and the person that they arrested turns out to be a kind of like a street level lieutenant within the Xanathar Guild. So it's like, oh, okay, yeah. So they're up to their normal shenanigans. And then the last 6 pages of the broadsheet are dedicated to the masquerade ball last night. There's a big write-up that talks about the money raised and the persons that attended, and that write-up takes about a page and a half. And then there are, because this is not a modern broadsheet, there are sketches, and these are colored, illustrated sketches of some of the more impressive and prominent costumes that were found at, or that were noticed at the ball last night. And clearly you see in there Lady Silverhand, her understated mask that she had was called elegant. And there was a great deal of speculation about the mysterious gentleman in the obsidian dragon mask that was seen with her. And there's one of the society gossip writers says that the outfit that the gentleman was wearing was very tasteful and elegant. Another one called it gaudy and ostentatious. And then there was universal praise by the gossip columnists for the artistic, iconic, and evocative outfit worn by Volothamp Gedarm. Once again showing why he is the creative visionary of Waterdeep society, and talking about how they think that his costume is going to be something that becomes sort of a beacon for folks who want to be noticed and impress for the next couple of seasons of society functions. So they say that they predict there's going to be a lot more white costumes and oversized hats on these costumes. And speaking of headdresses, the headdress that gained universal approval by all of the gossip columnists and had them completely stumped, and nobody was able to figure out anything about the person wearing the headdress, was this big, beautiful, elegant feathered headdress. And when you look at the sketch of it, you realize, oh yeah, that was Enka's headdress. So they really liked that one. They thought that was great, and they mentioned a few of the other costumes. They said that they marveled that anybody could actually stand up wearing this one costume that they saw, which appeared to be an entire tuxedo made out of metal. And they couldn't imagine how much that actually weighed. And they thought that whoever was there must have the strength of a titan to be able to lug all of that around. There were rumors that the person in that costume was a little clumsy and stepped on a couple of toes, but they couldn't find anybody that actually complained of any injuries. So the editor says they can't confirm whether or not those rumors were actually true because there were no reports of injuries after the fact. And then obviously much is made of all of the nobility that were honored at various points during that, and you can tell that these people who are writing the gossip columns are big suck-ups because they couldn't find anything to complain about any of the costumes, even though you look at some of the drawings and you're like, okay, those are kind of boring, or like, ooh, that looks really tacky. But the gossip column is just gushing with praise for them, because clearly they want to put the rich and famous in a good light.
Right.
So, all right. Yeah, that's kind of. There's only kind of the one real news item that Oyohusa sees, which is something to do with the Xanathar Guild, and the rest of it is just fluff pieces. Especially about the ball. So Oyo may or may not want to pass along any of that to any of the other party members at some point, but right. So is there anything else Oyo is going to do for the morning?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. All right. And Adamant. So mid-morning, you're finishing up your project. What would you like to do for the rest of the morning?
Once that's done, it's going to get wrapped in lightly, organic oil. It's going to wrap it in some lightly oiled rags and put it in a little box. Then he is going go to the Temple of Moradin.
Okay.
do some nice daily prayers.
Okay.
And he is going to offer up the aforementioned metal tuxedo as an offering to Moradin.
Okay.
Just can I give that to the cleric in charge of donations?
He says, well, that's remarkable. Did you see the broadsheets today?
No.
Well, over breakfast, I was reading the broadsheets, and they were talking about a tuxedo just like this that was noticed at the masquerade ball last night.
Did they?
Yes. Wait, were you at the masquerade ball?
Apparently, as a dignitary of the city, I could not avoid it.
Oh, well, this is a remarkable donation. And he's looking you up and down, and he's looking around. He says, "We will gratefully accept this donation, of course. What was your intention for us to keep this in case it was needed as garments for somebody, or were you just donating it for its metallurgical value?"
Both.
Because
I only
there's
needed
not
something for the masquerade ball, and I don't see myself having a need to wear this yet.
okay. The reason I ask is, I mean, it's exquisite work. We definitely are going to study this. I have not ever seen metal created into a form that looks as much like fabric in the way this does. The way you have made such fine plates and have allowed the metal to flow in this gorgeous way is just simply incredible. But with the decidedly limited number of Warforged that we have in the city, and the fact that for a being with flesh, this would be probably very uncomfortable to wear. I'm not sure how much we would be able to use it in its current form after we study it. So I was just saying, if you had hoped that this donation would then be able to be passed on to someone who needed it as a garment, I don't know if we would be the best place to accept the donation. But if you wanted to donate it as an example of metal craft, and then perhaps either a guide of some sort for other folk who might need to make some kind of garments, or just as spare metal that might be used for other projects, then definitely we can use it for those purposes. One of those purposes.
That is just fine.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, I will have to talk to the head priest, and I will have to see. I will have to see what he thinks about this. I'm beginning to wonder if there might not be a new way of approaching the creation of a different kind of armor. Not quite scale mail, not quite chain mail, but something that's almost in between the two. Because the way these individual pieces are attached to each other, that's just remarkable. Such craftsmanship. And he's just like he can't stop looking at this and, pointing out little elements of it that he that he just thinks are great little details that he notices. So, yeah, he would just stand there gaping at it all day if you let him.
Adamant pats him on the head. No, I have to go to the Temple of God
Oh, very well.
and check on a couple of projects that I was working with them and the head priest here on.
Okay. So we will leave Adamant going off to the Temple of God, and then we'll flip back out to the gardens at the estate. And Elora, by this time, people have finished up breakfast, and they have finished bending your ear. They take about an hour-long breakfast, which seems to be more time than the gardener is used to allowing them to have. But because you're there, he's not rushing them all away. But as soon as, it looks like you're kind of getting done, he starts giving the signals that we've got work to do, and starts indicating that some of them should go on and start working. So when the breakfast breaks up, what would Elora do?
She is aware that she kind of went into their working times. She'll try and help out however she can, like supervising them, correcting their hands, trying to dig into soil or simple things like that. But she'll be overall trying to help them with their work ethic all over together.
Okay.
English is hard today.
Words are difficult. All right, so you can apply yourself over here and over there, and there's plenty of different things that people are doing, and you can help out over in this area where people are working on rearranging, and they're using some of your techniques for doing this so that they're not just yanking plants out, but they're very carefully getting enough soil that the plant all keep their roots, and then putting it in a temporary holder so they can move it some other place. But what they're doing is they're trying to follow some of your guidance on having the various plants together that work better together instead of the way they had them before. And so that's what they're doing over in this area. And then if you go over into another area, they are doing their best. The gods bless their little hearts. They are doing their best to try to sing to the fruit trees, and see if that will help them blossom, because there is a technique that you talked about that in your notes. I mean, when you wrote it, it's a specific type of magical effect that druids can have with what is known as druid song, where it's kind of a chant that they can use to sort of coax plants that are close to budding to go into flower. But they are trying to take this literally as, people singing to the plants to see if that will have any effect.
She'll just chuckle, but she won't correct them. She'll just let them go.
Okay. so you see them doing that and you go, okay, all right.
It's too adorable to correct.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's some other people over here that are preparing some new beds for plants, and they are following your guidance. And oh, hey, here comes Enka at some point.
Were you trying to show? Are we supposed to be looking at a map? Because you keep saying like over here and over there.
No.
Okay.
I'm not. No, we're not at the map.
So Enka
Kind
walks
of
up
wave
to-
over to Enka, like with her hands, like toodaloo. To kind of like run over after a while, after she finishes talking to the farmer that she was correcting with doing this thing or that thing, and she'll say, "Have you seen the people at the trees? Oh my God, they're just so charming, aren't they?"
Totally charming. I did check with Lady Silverhand and the staff of the kitchen, and they're fine. You're fine with getting them lunch and supper too.
Oh, goody. I just wanted to make sure that, like, I wasn't in trouble for doing that. But my biggest thing is, like, I just went around and basically became their bosses by accident. Hopefully Lady Silverhand doesn't think that I was trying to steal her job or anything. Like, I was just trying to help.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Because I remember the last time that we talked to Lady Silverhand about it, like, I was a little bit more picky about the roses bushes on the table, and they looked like they were dying, and I kind of maybe lost it.
It's a little, but you're okay. She understands.
Okay, hopefully. But anyway, what are we doing today? Are we going to go see the houses again because things are done, or oh no, we're going to go see Galibar's mother for dinner, right?
So I suppose we should probably bring her a gift of some sort.
Which sort do you have in mind? Because I don't know what dragons like. Dragon folk. Yeah.
They like, I don't
Do they
know.
like shiny things? Oh, I'll buy her a
Possibly.
really nice bracelet. Oh, maybe she'll like a necklace better. We need to go shopping, Enka. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Enka just lets herself be pulled along.
Where are we going? I don't know where. Do you know the? Have you been in town? She'll just go off and asking a lot of questions. Like, I don't know where I'm going, but we're going to explore.
Enka's just kind of like, oh, okay, we're off we go. We're fine. We're fine. All's fine. How are you?
Yeah.
She'll go off and just completely rant on about the farmers and how well they were doing and they're thriving and.
Okay. So Enka will and quietly inquire with someone to find out where's the best place to go to get small or to get, a nice little gift for a hostess type thing.
Oh,
For someone that you don't really know.
Well, they will ask, are you looking for something that would be like a, more like a housewarming gift or something like a, some jewelry or,
We're going to a meal tonight to one of our friends' house, mother's house.
Oh, okay. There we go. This is oh, there we go. Yes. They recommend a place that is in just outside of the noble quarters of the city, and this is called the Copper Curtain Boutique. So I'm going to put that in there. The Copper Curtain Boutique. And they say that it is a shop that has just the most elegant type of gifts for the home. A lot of the nobles in the city do business there. They will warn you the prices are a little bit higher than you would pay in some places, but the quality is always first rate. And the Copper Curtain gift boxes are something that are cherished almost as much as the gifts that are inside them. So it's one of those places like, oh, you got a box from Tiffany's. It's like, yeah. Kind of like
K.
Shop for general upscale home goods. All right. So that is in the Discord. So yeah, that and they would give you directions on how to get there.
Okay.
So would you guys then be going? Would you be going on your own? Would you be looking for anybody to go with you, or would you all just be heading over there?
I will comment that Oyohusa was in the library. We can always go see if he's still there.
She'll just smile even brighter and says, "You know what? That's a great idea. But I thought there was going to be a ladies' trip, because I don't think he's too interested about the jewelry and this and that, and he's probably off buying his own gift, because he can be thoughtful. Yeah."
She's like, "Okay, good point. We'll just make it a girls' thing."
And if nobody gets her a gift, then we can just say we're just better than all the boys. I think that is a very fair trade-off.
No, I think at that point we would say that it's from everyone.
Fair.
Anyway,
okay.
So let us go.
All right. So you guys will head off over there. We've got a few minutes left before our break. See who do I need to check in with again? Ken, I feel like Oyohusa hasn't had a chance to do much yet. Is there anything in particular he wants to do at this point, or he's just been kind of hanging out in the library this morning and reading?
Much.
Okay, if you're good with that, I just didn't want to cut you out of anything that you might want to do. All right. So, yeah, we'll fast forward to the early part of the afternoon, because it's going to take, Enka and Elora, they're going to take their time, and they're going to make their way up towards the nobles quarter of the city. Galibar's kind of back home. Adamant, you were heading over to the Temple of Gond. So when you get to the Temple of Gond, what are you doing?
He is going to go inside, kind of try to not draw attention to himself as he heads for the head cleric's office.
Okay.
And he's going to knock on the door.
Knock. Yes, come in.
Yes, Galibar.
What?
I
Huh?
heard Galibar in the background there talking trash about.
I didn't say anything.
It was me.
Oh, it was Enka.
Oh.
Yeah.
Enka muttering in the background. Yeah. So Adamant goes into the office. Sorry, Chris. Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, Adamant. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, everything's going swimmingly. What can I help you with today?
Well, it's been a while since I checked in about the project. Figured it might be a good idea to stop by.
And there's this little look on his face. And it's a look that's halfway between
Project?
confusion and that sinking feeling. Wait a minute, did I forget something? And whatnot. And then he says, well, we've been working on a number of projects. Which project specifically were we talking about again?
The retractable weapons.
Oh, yes, that project. Oh, yes. The ones that we've been working with Moradin, the Temple of Moradin on, right?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I have to say that we have come up with a very interesting proposal. And we're now debating on precisely the best metals to use in the pop-out mechanism. We have found a way that we can spring load a weapon that will be usable as either a hammer or as a pick or as even a short sword. And it's one weapon with multiple configurations. And the blades themselves, or the blades or the heads, in the case of the hammer, will be made of adamantine. And we're trying to figure out whether the best mechanism for the chassis is going to be mithril or whether it's going to be steel. Mithril, of course, will be lighter weight. Right, but not as strong. And steel has has the strength to it. It's a little bit weightier. It will be easier to do repairs, like should you need to do repairs out in the field. It's much easier to get your hands on steel for making replacement components. But also it's a little bit more subject to oxidation. So we're trying to see what we can do to sort of limit and retard the amount of oxidation. Other than, of course, just the normal oiling and lubrication and everything that you do in the care and maintenance of all armor and weapons to begin with.
I think I might have a couple of ideas.
Oh, I'd love to hear them.
You're aware of how a bag of holding works, of course.
Yes, extra-dimensional space.
What if, instead of spring loading it, you made a mechanism that worked like a little pocket dimension?
A pocket dimension. A pocket dimension. Oh.
That way you wouldn't exactly be limited to just whatever weapon fit into the spring loading mechanism.
True. So it would have a pocket dimension where several weapons could be in there, and it would retrieve the one that you need at any given time, right? So
Yes,
we could have like a mace or a flail or a hammer or a sword or whatever, right?
And yes, and say depending on say which fingers you snap or which configuration you choose, that is what pulls out the correct weapon.
So then the retrieval would be tied to some sort of keyed access.
Yes.
Whether, like you say, that's a pressure on by certain fingers or pressure against certain fingers in your case, or whether it would be a sequence, or would you perhaps want it to be some sort of command word that would dictate which item was retrieved?
A command word might limit it a bit because say you were a person who was gagged or in an area that was silenced.
That's an excellent point. Would you want this to be activated with the same hand that would be holding the weapon, or would you want it to be
easier? A little more difficult to learn, but in the long run, once you master it, it would be better overall.
Okay.
Bit of an element of surprise for people who aren't expecting such a thing.
All right. And would we be thinking of a system that would use, let's say, a specific pattern of and he describes something that you as a 21st century person would recognize kind of like as Morse code, where you would like with certain fingers you would either hold the fingers in sequence with pressure, either short or long pressure, and then depending on what sequence you did, that would call up this weapon or that weapon or the other weapon. Or
to make it simpler, he holds his hand with his fingers out, like puts in his thumb, puts in his forefinger, and so he's only holding up certain fingers, different combinations. If you could set it up to work like that, like when you're casting a spell.
Yes. So it would be tied to sort of somatic movements.
Yes.
Wonderful. And there would be very few situations, like even if your hands were tied up, you would still be able to move your fingers.
Unless there's something logical and they tie up your fingers as well.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. But yes, your point is well taken. If
you can't plan for everything.
Yes, if somebody is used to dealing with spellcasters, they might tie up fingers as well as hands, as well as wrists. Okay, well that's wonderful. Now, so thinking of this arsenal, now that we're looking at this with the idea of an extra-dimensional space, what do you think a practical limit on the number of options for weapons that you would want to be in here? Because theoretically, if it's an extra-dimensional space, there could be a lot of different weapons, but you only have Warforged. Do Warforged have 5 total fingers or 4 total fingers?
Depends on, what form they take. Adamant has 5.
Okay, Adamant has 5. All right.
I would
So you-
say probably limit. It's going to be a smaller space bag of holding, definitely. Probably about 4 or 5 different weapons. Probably be a good limitation.
Okay.
That
If
would
you
make
can,
it practical for the more martial of
Mhm.
those out there.
Now, if you can get us a list of those weapons that you would like, we can begin working on a prototype. And I think for the prototype, what we would do is we would have the prototype attached to a glove of sorts and a sleeve. And I would think that we would put that sleeve over your arm and then have you test out the mechanism by moving, the fingers of the glove. And once we know that the proof of concept is working, then we would investigate how to integrate a system like this into your existing body armor.
That is kind of looks odd at him, kind of tilting his head. That is oddly safe. I like that.
Oh, well, yeah, we've had. I don't know if you remember a few months ago. It was just about the time. It was just before the unfortunate accident or the unfortunate invasion by the Githyanki. We had something of an accident here.
Did you?
Yeah, and I'm sad to say that it actually resulted in a loss of life. Now, it wasn't directly our fault, but one of our creations was involved. We had a creation from the laboratory that was ambulatory and was allowed to escape. And somehow it got drawn to an item that was in the city. And then some very bad people noticed that our creation had this item, and they were trying to chase it. And they got to an area, a little obscure area of the city, a place over there called Troll Skull Alley. And the people that were chasing this creation, they set off a fireball in the streets. And it wound up killing a few people, including, I think, a few unfortunate halflings.
I remember that.
Oh, you remember that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Yeah, so we kind of got the Order of Mages and Protectors did their investigation, and it took them a couple of months to figure out, and I'm glad they did, because up until then we had no idea that one of our creations had even been involved. But yeah, we've sort of tightened down on the protocols for experimentation after that.
Oh, good. That's excellent.
Yeah, Gond calls us to follow our creative muses, but there's following your creative muse, and then there's people losing their lives in the pursuit of science. And if it's the experimenter losing their life, that's one thing. But when you start having innocent bystanders, that's kind of where we have to say, are we really following God's will when we're doing that? So, our hope is to make everyone's life better, not to cut people's lives short.
Safety and experimentation is good. I'm slowly working that into our friends at Ravnica too.
Oh, yes, I get reports from some of our exchange folks at the Is It League, and I'll have to say that some of the folks who were the most upset about the restrictions we put in place here, they're singing praises about the liberties that they can take with experimentation in Ravnica. And I'll have to say that the Ravnican exchange engineers, they are on their P's and Q's. They are very attentive to the processes that we have in place here. Some of them seem a little bit annoyed about the safety protocols, but other ones are actually saying that some of the safety protocols we have might be a good idea. They're just a little nervous about how to bring it up to somebody they call Niv Mizzet, whoever that is.
Large dragon.
Oh, that would be why they would be anxious about bringing it up to him. I see. Okay.
I don't think they should be. He's very wise.
Well,
Goblin dragon.
yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah, it's like when it comes to dealing with dragons, you want to be very careful because if you never quite know their temperament, and if you make them angry, that might be the last mistake you ever make.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, this is wonderful, Adamant. Thank you so much for stopping by. And what's going on with you? What's new with you? Anything exciting?
Well, not particular. What would you consider exciting?
Oh, I don't know. We discovered any interesting new planes or dimensions or
we were just
travel.
in Kamigawa where we met the Aki. More people that you are going to be associated with that, I think.
Oh, Aki. What manner of folk are they?
It kind of holds out one hand. You take a goblin. Yes. Then you take a turtle. And you put them together.
Wait, a goblin and a turtle?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds very strange.
But they have the same joy of curiosity.
Oh. Well, maybe there's an opportunity to gain some new followers for God there.
Quite possibly. I may may have started a chapter of Moradin, I hope, and not a chapter of Adamant.
Oh, a chapter. Now that sounds. Now it sounds like you're talking in some spiritual matters. Do you mind if I have a? Do you mind if I have a drink?
If you wish.
Okay. Do you want to talk to me about this?
I have talked to my head priest. He said that by worshipping me, they worship Moradin. So,
And he pours himself a drink, and he kind of looks at the ceiling, and he says, "You're definitely a devout follower of Moradin. And anyone that meets you for 5 minutes would know that you give all of the credit for your accomplishments to your deity, which is understandable. As a religious person myself, I fully endorse and support that. But I'm not sure that I would subscribe to going so far as to say if people worship you, it's worshiping Moradin. That the gods are really funny. The gods are really funny. You can be their biggest champion, but it's kind of like, a minute ago we were talking about dragons and the danger of pissing off a dragon. It's like, I could never foresee any circumstance in which you would do anything intentionally that would upset Moradin. But the gods know if he just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed one morning, and he's like, what's this I hear about people praying to this Adamant? Mm-hmm.
On an upside, I met him.
You met who?
Moradin.
You met Moradin?
Well, you see, for a brief moment, I was not among the living.
And he just very quietly takes his little tumbler of whiskey and he just tips it up and he tips his head back and he drinks and he drinks and he drinks. And then he puts it down. And then his eyes are a little bit watery. And he says, "You say you were dead?"
Yes. Ironically, I died to fire.
You died to fire?
It was laced with necrotic energy.
Oh my gods. That sounds absolutely horrifying. Where did this happen?
Over in Kamiga. We had to cleanse a corrupted dragon spirit.
Oh, and now we're back to dragons again. Yes. Okay. And
well, he did not take kindly. I believe he might have taken it personally.
Well, if he was corrupted, yeah, I can see that. You take something with that kind of power, and you're able to corrupt it and get it out of its right mind. Gods only know what it could do. Oh well, I'm glad you're back among the living. But so now, did this happen before or after you realized there are people that might be thinking you're the source of the mysticism and not Moradin?
Before.
Oh, nuts. would have been great if that had happened. If that if it had happened the other way around, people thought you were the source of mysticism, and then you had a chance to see Moradin and ask his advice what to do. That would have been great. Then you would have known. Then you would have known exactly where you stand.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Well, for now, I just say anytime you're with those people or you hear from those people, just remind them gently that everything you accomplish comes from Moradin. I mean, that goes without saying. I'm sure you do that anyway. But
Yes.
I would just counsel making sure you reinforce that. And at some point, they'll start to get the message. I hope.
I hope as well.
Yes. At least that way, in your prayers, the deity will know you're not taking any credit for anything.
Oh, I thank you for the advice.
Yeah. No, glad to help. Well, this has been a most interesting meeting, Adamant. Thank you for stopping by.
Always glad to.
Okay.
It's
And
more out of entertainment than anything.
and as Adamant gets ready to leave the Temple of Gond, before we check back in with with the rest of our folks, we are going to go ahead and take our break. I have about 10 minutes after the hour, so I'm going to go ahead and put the slate up. Put the music on. Chat, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Lurk, or Drats, it's great to see you lurk in there with us. And everyone else in chat. As I bring back up the music, just a reminder that the music in our streams is brought to you by Pipe Dream Hits. You go over to pipedreamhits.com. It is music that is created by streamers for streamers, copyright free. If you use their music in your live streams or your YouTube videos, TikTok videos, wherever you're posting videos these days, Instagram, Reels, whatever, you will not get any copyright strikes on your videos for the music. We are going to put the timer on for about 10 minutes. I am going to mute myself, and then when we come back, we will resume our session, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some things to look for in the coming weeks, because next week is September, or next month is September on Twitch, and just a couple of little things that we're doing to mark that occasion. Things that we hope will be more fun for you guys that stop by and watch the streams. All right, I'm going on mute. I'm going to grab something. Players, I will talk to you in a few minutes.
Alrighty, sir. No on the watchtower. Silent. Did everyone step away?
No,
They're so quiet.
I have food in my mouth.
Ah, I see.
Hmm. You don't say.
I woke up with those the other day and I was so mad. As soon
At
as I
least you
woke
didn't wake up to an air horn in your face. So.
that would be somebody dying right there.
Yeah, that was a wonderful way to wake up.
I remember one time back at job, people on my floor could be a real pain in the ass to wait. And I just happened to have spent part of my money to buy this nice stereo. My RA kept trying to wake him, but I said, I got you, man. Popped in my Korn CD, skipped a couple of tracks, and cranked the volume. And blasted it out into the hallway. I was like, wake up.
That sounds amazing.
All you heard up and down the hall was, oh, damn white people.
You know what? It's okay. Karma got him good.
Well, I was either dreaming last night or our smoke detectors did that, like, just once. Twice overnight. I asked my husband about it and he goes, I didn't hear anything.
Might be the battery, I would check that.
Well, ours are actually all connected through, ours are all electrical. They have a battery backup, which they do need to have their batteries changed, but yeah, they're all powered through electrical, so yeah, that wasn't by choice. When they upgraded our electricity, or our electric, or our wiring, whatever you want to call it in our house, they had to install connected smoke detectors. So unfortunately, when one goes off, they all go off.
Oh no.
But
well, you can't mistake it at least.
Well, that's true.
Is that one of the smoke detectors? No, that's all the smoke detectors.
But I swear to God, twice last night I woke up due to a loud screeching noise, like our smoke detectors. But then I kind of laid there. I'm like, okay, well, maybe maybe it was something else. Or maybe I'm just dreaming, And then I'd fall back to sleep and then it did it again, or I was dreaming about it again. Who knows? So I was at least woke up twice overnight. I was like, okay, I'm a little pissed off now.
Would be.
Tired. I want to go back to bed.
I had the unmitigated gall this morning to try to sleep in. The unmitigated gall.
How dare you?
Unfortunately, Miss was what Tammy and I's alarm sound like.
Uh-oh.
So if we stay in bed longer than the alarm, she will jump up between us and be like, hey, get up. Well, she won't bark at us. She'll be like nosing and leaning and
What's going on? Why aren't you guys up? You're supposed to be up. Why aren't we up?
Food me monkey now.
more like, it's time to go outside. Get up. Get.
I'm gonna pee on you.
She's a girl. She wouldn't.
Or
Is that your
would
cat doing
you?
that?
Who?
Nope, that's mine.
So I was about to say mine's asleep being cranky at me. So
Ko was a good girl. She would do that. She is some kind of hound mixed with a pit bull.
oh,
Not sure what kind of hound.
sounds
But-
nice though.
It's a hound mixed with a pit bull. We know it's a pit bull because she's got that brindle color to her.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas our pit bull looks like a speckled log. And he's a lazy ass.
Well, I bet they're so beautiful.
Oh, he is a great dog. He loves kids. We don't even. We have to take. We've only got one kennel, and our hound is she's a hindsight, so we can't. We don't really take her much of anywhere because she will have a fit if she sees too many people.
Hmm.
Whereas the pitbull is just like, oh, people. And if he sees kids, oh, kids, which can cause a small situation when we don't really have to put him on a lead because we take him outside. He stays close to you. Yeah, he's a
Very affectionate pooch.
yeah. So we're going out to the car one day, and he's right next to us. Yeah, and then he looks down the street, and there's a group of kids walking down the street with their parent, and he's like, "Oh, kids!" And he starts trotting towards them, and they're just like,
What kind of dog is this?
He's a pity bull. It's a full-blooded pity bull. And they're just like, wait, this dog's not on a leash. He's coming at us. And he's just like, kids! Yay, kids!
Well, I'll tell you, it's kind of shocking when you're. God, I can remember it was probably 7-8 years ago. I'm sitting up here outside working in my garden, pulling weeds, doing something, but I was basically sitting down. And next thing I know, I have a lap full of pit bull. And I'm kind of like, where the
You
hell
have a
did you
lap
come
dog?
from? And it was well, hi, you have a lap, I have a butt, let's make a meet. How are you? I'm like sitting there going, I'm face to face with a pit bull? Nice puppy. And then here comes the poor woman. And I mean, he's got a collar and everything, but she's driving through the neighborhood calling out, and I said, are you looking for a dog? And she goes, yeah. I said, pit bull? And she goes, yes. I said, he's in my lap. Basically, she told us, she's like, yeah, unfortunately, they never understood that when they got bigger, that they didn't fit in the laps anymore.
Yeah,
because of course they
they're
were
not lap
raised
dogs.
sitting in our laps.
Yeah. All right. Well, pet time. It's Walker of Waterdeep. It was a nice discussion of everybody's pets, but now let's get back into the drama that is unfolding today in our game. We were just leaving the Temple of God, where Adamant had gotten some priestly advice on how to handle folks who were mistaking him for the deity, and was having a drink when he realized that the Warforged he had talking to actually had not just a near-death experience, but a beyond-death experience, and was back to talk about it. So, not every day that you meet somebody that has had that kind of experience, even when you're a priest. So, believe that the last time we saw Elora and Enka, they were on their way to a fancy schmancy shop called the Copper Curtain Boutique. And they were going to be looking for something appropriate to take to dinner this evening. So, you guys get to the Copper Curtain, and you go into this place, and let's see. It's kind of like you realize that the Copper Curtain, it's kind of like the D&D equivalent to a combination of a very upscale combination of Crate and Barrel and Sharper Image.
I think it could definitely be on.
If you want to...
Crate and Barrel?
Yeah. Crate and Barrel? Yeah.
Cracker Barrel?
No.
Crate and Barrel.
Okay, I have no idea what Crate and Barrel is.
Okay. It's kind of, well, I don't know regionally. Upscale
furniture place.
Furniture
Okay.
and furniture and housewares.
So like IKEA.
No, that's not upscale.
Oh, okay.
Well, they priced it like they sure are.
Yeah. So that's basically what you're looking at. So you walk in, and there's a very nice gentleman who is dressed. He is dressed in simple but elegant clothing. Clearly, he is a member of the staff. And it's the kind of clothing that says he wants to look presentable for his clientele, but he doesn't want to outdress his clientele. It's that kind of... It's very understated, modest, and yet there's just a touch of elegance about it. And he says, "Oh, welcome to the Copper Curtain Boutique. How may I help you?"
Sorry, I have food in my mouth. It's the only reason I'm quiet. Inka will kind of look around and go, "Yes, we have a dinner party we've been invited to tonight to a lovely person's house, and we would like to take a gift. And we were told we could find something here that might work.
Oh,
Something about some type of a box."
Oh, yes. The gift boxes from the Copper Curtain Boutique are highly prized among the nobility in Waterdeep. It's been a trademark of ours for the nearly 50 years now. The elegant maroon leather casing of the box, the inlaid gold leaf, simple illustration of the storefront, and then the name, the Copper Curtain Boutique. It's a highly prized gift box. But the most important thing is, what are you going to put into the box? We have a wide selection. Now, you say you've been invited to a dinner party. Tell me a little bit about your host or hostess. Is this someone that you know well?
No.
Is this someone that you are just meeting?
Just meeting?
Okay.
We know her son. Her son is one of our adventuring party. So.
Oh, and there's both of you make an insight check for me. Sorry, you two are the only ones that are getting a roll today. Oh, okay. Both of you can tell there's an instant calculation that goes through his mind. You say adventuring companion, and the flicker of distaste that you all are adventurers is almost imperceptible, but you two are quick enough to catch it. But then when you call yourselves adventurers, his immediate reaction is, "Oh, people who have more gold than they know what to do with." So he is immediately sizing you up as people who, A, have no style and no taste, and B, who have money to throw away on whatever he can steer you towards.
I resemble that remark.
So at this point in time, I kind of see this, and I kind of look around a little bit, and then look back at Elora, and kind of shift my body just slightly in hopes of just catching her attention. And if the guy looks away or looks towards somewhere else, she'll kind of look at Elora like, "Get a load of this guy."
Instead of just letting him size us up and think that we're so wrong, Elora will kind of cross her arms and say, "Sir, I don't think you know who you're talking to. We are ambassadors. We are right next to Lady Silverhand, and I deserve some respect."
And when you...
At that time, I'm just like, oh.
When you... First of all, when you mention ambassadors, there's like this clear look of, oh, maybe I have misjudged. And then when you invoke the name of Lady Silverhand, there's sort of this mortified, unmitigated horror that crosses his face. And he says, oh, yes, of course, of course, you are friends of Lady Silverhand. Please excuse me. Let me go get one of our senior associates to help you. And he swiftly turns and walks away. And as he turns away, still based on your insight, you can sort of just see that he is flushing red with embarrassment.
He could just kind of turns and looks at her and goes, "Oh, come on. I was hoping to have a little fun." She doesn't really say that, but she kind of, she like whisper, like, does the whole thing with her words as kind of to enunciate them, but not actually say anything out loud. It's like, I was going to have some fun.
Sorry. Maybe we can do it with this other one.
And
This guy stuck his foot in it. He knows it. He's like, I can't recover from this. I'm gonna go now.
yep.
I was
Yep,
just
that's
hoping to
kind
see
of-
what he would pull.
That's kind of exactly what happened. So this guy, he walks off, and a few minutes later, an elegant woman who is short of her middle years, but you'd have a hard time. Again, she's a human. You'd have a hard time putting an age on her. She's got one of the, like kind of that ageless look about her. And she will come up to you and she will say, welcome to the, God, what the hell did I call this place again?
You called it the Copper.
The Copper Curtain Boutique.
Mhm.
Welcome to the Copper Curtain Boutique. My name is Zala Dofak. I am the senior account executive here. I am told that you were sent by Lady Silverhand to do some shopping. How may I assist you today?
I think there might be a little bit of a mix-up. Nothing major.
Can't even pass on a note right.
And about this time, she looks at Elora and is like, zip.
She'll kind of cover her mouth and it's like, oh.
And she's just like, well, it wasn't Lady Silverhand herself. We were just recommended by one of her staff in this general vicinity. We have a dinner party tonight with one of our adventuring team's mother. And so we thought it would be polite to take a small gift of thanks for the hospitality. And when we asked around what would be a good place to visit, everybody said, all of her staff said that this would be a wonderful place to go.
Well, certainly a recommendation from Lady Silverhand's staff is about as good as getting a recommendation from Lady Silverhand herself. So there is no mix-up. You deserve our full treatment. Now, you say that you are guests for a dinner this evening. Your host or hostess, you say, the mother of one of your companions, is she part of the nobility of Waterdeep? Is she merchant in Waterdeep?
And about this time, I kind of look at Elora like, I don't remember.
Out of character, and in game, Galibar hasn't talked a lot about this, but I would think that at some point around,
he picked up his mother's name, right?
you
said his mother's name.
Yeah,
What?
he's never said his mother's name, so
He just
no.
calls her mom.
But you would have picked up that she is an educator at, what is it, the university?
She is a scholar.
A scholar.
She is also like a teacher or something. She's not what I would really call nobility, but she was up there enough to have been invited to, say, the masquerade ball and have a decent home with like some servants.
Okay. And what?
Yeah.
Out of character, what was your? Did you have a name that you went by in the gladiatorial arena?
Just Galibar.
Okay. Just checking. So she kind of looks at the person and goes, well, it's the mother of the arena champion, Galibar. And so we're trying to just, like I said, be polite.
Oh, definitely. Well, yes, you've come to the right place. we here at the Copper Curtain, we have all kinds of gifts for the home. Now, since this is the first time you are meeting your host, were you thinking of an item that might be appropriate for decor or something for the kitchen or tabletop, some sort of a lighting fixture, or a lamp or a lantern for the home of some kind?
Probably something to
Bit of
put
decor.
or display on the on a shelf. It's just a nice
I
little.
want jewelry.
What?
I wanted jewelry.
Okay, so jewelry then. I guess we're going with jewelry.
Just like a little bit. Something fancy, something cute.
Okay,
Perhaps any
jewelry.
bracelets.
All right. Now, if I recall, you must understand. I've worked a lot. Galibar is famous across the city. If I recall, he's a half orc, correct? So now, his mother, is she the human or the orc?
The human.
No. She's a dragonborn.
A dragonborn. A dragonborn. Jewelry for a dragonborn. And then now she's starting to focus on Elora, because in her mind now it's clear Elora knows more about what's going on.
Elora has adventured with him a hell of a lot more than I have.
And and she says, do you happen to know what I'm trying to think, how would a D&D person say this? I don't think they'd say what color dragonborn, what subspecies dragon. That sounds a little too scientific. What? Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was trying to think of it too. I was trying to think out loud.
Yeah. What type
demeanor?
of dragon? What demeanor? Okay, there we go. All right. What demeanor of dragonborn? Is it red dragonborn? Gold dragonborn?
We're all kind of blanking and think about what Galibar is, and thinking maybe if it's just passed down. Then again, now she's forgetting because he changed colors and everything like that. So she's like, "Uh-oh."
Well, he has silver scales. So silver dragonborn. Oh, jewelry for a silver dragonborn. Okay. Do you want something that's going to be subtle or something that's going to stand out?
Well,
what do you think would appeal?
I feel like she'll really like maybe gold, like jewelry, sparkly, like sparkle. Oh wait, no, that's me.
I would say let's go with somewhere in between subtle and just because then that way, since we don't know what her preferences are, it might be something that, it can be worn to a normal evening dinner or worn out to go shopping or something. But that way it's not something that's only meant for parties or something that's an everyday thing.
Very well. Come with me to the jewelry department, and she walks you through the store, and you pass by this area where they have all kinds of accessories, these decorative vases, and then there's an area where they have throw rugs and large pillows and everything. Some pillows that are large enough that they could be used as chairs in and of themselves, and other pillows that would clearly go on a couch or a bed or something like that. And then there's all kinds of elegant candle holders over in this area. Everything from floor standing candle holders that will hold I guess trees, you would call them, candle trees that would hold maybe 24 candles, to little wall sconce candles that you would mount on the wall. And then you finally get over to the jewelry area, and it's kind of a little nook that is, as you walk into the jewelry area, it feels like it's a little bit set off from the rest of the store, so that you feel like there's a bit of privacy in there. And there's several cases that are these very elegant cases that have crystal fronts and crystal tops to them. And they have several shelves, and you can look and you can see all kinds of different jewelry items. There's a bunch of earrings, and there's bracelets, and there's finger rings, and there's little brooches and everything. And she seems to be leading you over to an area where they have pins, like a pin that might be able to go on the lapel of a blouse or a coat or a dress. And she says, "Now I'm just wondering, and I'm thinking aloud, and certainly I want you to steer me in the direction that you are thinking, but I'm wondering if we go with something maybe that is white gold. That would be something that would be subtle, with the fact that she's got the silver coloring of a silver dragonborn, and yet it would be slightly set off from that, so that it would be noticeable. And we can have these either where they are adorned with some abstract lines and patterns that are etched into them, or we can have them where they are surmounted by a stone, a jewel of some sort. Are you thinking that would be something appropriate, or were you thinking along different lines?
At this point in time, she kind of looks over at Elora like, "You're the one that's kind of got the ideas."
Poor simple country girl.
Yeah, pretty much.
Out of character, if you guys had seen her at all at the ball,
I kind of think for a moment and says, "Well, I was thinking something more like crystal and blue. I don't know rocks. I know my plants. I don't know my rocks. What if there's any good of rocks to work with my plant?"
And then she's kind of like, focus.
It's kind of snap back and skip. Blue and crystal light.
Ah, something blue. Okay, well, then she leads you over, and there's a little brooch. And it is indeed a small brooch. It's definitely one that is not meant to be, out loud. But it's a small brooch that, again, looks like it's made either of white gold or perhaps silver. And it's got a a bluish crystal stone that is the main centerpiece of this. And she says, now, this piece here, we have two different versions of this. We have the version that you see here, which has the 350 carat sapphire set in the middle of the brooch. We also have the version that is set with a 350 carat blue quartz crystal. So you can. I'm not sure what you are thinking is appropriate for your budget and for the kind of gift you want to give. Obviously, there's difference in the price points. The 350 carat sapphire brooch, that would be a bargain at only 2,500 gold pieces, and the one with the blue quartz would be a 575 gold pieces.
And at this point in time, Enka says, "Can I hold both of them, please?"
Oh,
You have something that's kind of silver colored, or
yeah. You can see that the brooch is made of silver, and the stone
but
in it is
she's
blue.
talking about like fabric, like
oh, and yeah, and once you but of course, and so she talks to one of the people at the in the jewelry department, and they go to the back and they bring out this. First of all, they bring out this. You would probably call it. It looks like a tray, but it is a tray that is completely flat, and it is entirely covered in black velvet. And then, just ink black velvet. And then they bring out this roll of silver silk. And they spread this silver silk across this black tray. And then the person behind the jewelry counter puts on these very delicate white cotton gloves and opens up the back of the display case and reaches in and with two hands very delicately picks up the brooch and brings it and sets it on like on the left side of this silver silk. And then they go to another little compartment back there and they bring out another one and they set it next to it. And as you look at it, they both look like they're very fine quality, but there is this luster to the sapphire that just is not quite there when you look at the blue quartz. It's the blue quartz is polished as well as it can be, and the silver or white gold setting that it's in is very elegant, but there's a clear difference in looking at these two. Oh yeah, I see why that one is that much more expensive than this one. But then again, how much do you want to spend?
Well, obviously, of course, there is this difference, but the fact is that, well, unless Elora's got a huge amount of money hiding somewhere, she doesn't, doesn't have a ton of money.
Might just be my simple taste, but I do like the quartz one better. The quartz one is the cheaper option, I believe.
Yes.
Well, and it's something that can be more every day too, to go out and look nice and not worry about somebody trying to steal something off of you because it's a sapphire. What did of course,
I
we're
call her?
the ones that think
Yeah.
of things like, somebody stealing something off of you type thing.
Zala will say, "Oh yes, and I perfectly understand. And this is the first time you're meeting this woman. A gift that is perhaps too valuable might make her think that there is some reciprocal expectation owed. I think it is a fine selection to go with the quartz version. Do you both concur on the choice?
Yes.
And matching earrings and stuff with it too?
Oh yes, we can get some earrings. Would you like an earring that has a single blue quartz crystal, or would you like one that has the chandelier crystals that hang off from the end, the little icicle crystals?
Just maybe something on the ear and then a little bit of something that dangles just one down just a little bit to have that movement.
Ah, okay. And so she takes you over towards the earrings, and there's indeed, as you start to notice that it's clear, not just with this, but with most of the things they sell, you could buy the earrings, the bracelet, the finger rings, the necklace, the brooch, the pin, the whole set. You could literally spend tens of thousands of gold on an entire match set of jewelry if that's what you wanted to do here at this place. But she'll show you the smallest of the icicle. I don't really know what they call it when it's the
danglies.
Yeah, dangly earrings. But she'll show you the smallest of those in that style.
Mm-hmm.
And she will say that these earrings are only 100 gold for the pair.
So the brooch and these earrings would be how much?
It would be 675 gold pieces total.
Well, we would have seen her with Adamant, wouldn't we?
Yes.
So, yeah, I guess, she had a mask of sorts. Would you have been able to see the side of her head? And it's a good question. Do Dragonborn even have ears? Or
some Dragonborns do, but some Dragonborns take more over like the dragon side, not. So
if Dragonborn don't have, like, they're reptiles, so they don't have ears. They have, some of them have frills. She doesn't.
Yeah.
But some of them do. Say like a blue Dragonborn would probably have frills, same with a black Dragonborn. But
okay, so
then about that point in time, she kind of goes, I think we'll stick with the brooch because I'm not sure if she's got ears. She's
Well, this is a-
dragonborn after all.
This is a good point. Um, and if you start with the brooch, if you find it's a gift that she likes, then when the holidays come along, if you want to expand her collection, you can always come back and get either a bracelet or the earrings if you find those are appropriate, or something else.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So we'll start with this and go from there.
Very well. Is there anything else we can help you with today?
No.
Okay. Well, as I said, I am Zala, and our associate here, Siva. She will package this up in the copper. What the hell are we calling it? Copper curtain. The copper curtain boutique box for you.
Oh, thank you.
And
thank you very much for not thinking ill of us as your cohort did. He didn't like it when we said we were adventurers.
Oh, he did not. Well,
it wasn't hard missing the look in his eyes that, then once we said that we were here for a gift, that, maybe he thought that we were too stupid to know what to do with our money.
Well, that is very unfortunate, and I am embarrassed that you had that experience.
It's all right. He just needs to realize that not everybody falls into that same category, even if we are adventurers. So just let him know next time, maybe not to jump the gun.
Well,
but we were very happy with your service. You were very polite and helpful.
Thank you. But still, I feel honor bound. Your purchase today will cost you only 475 gold because of the poor experience that you had with our first sales representative. As for Greth, he will understand the gravity of his mistake. I will see to that.
I don't want him to lose his job. I mean, everybody makes mistakes.
And she smiles and she says, everybody makes mistakes, but making mistakes with friends of Lady Silverhand incur consequences.
Yeah, that is very true.
Enka's just like, okay, he's your employee.
Last thing they need is Lady Silverhand coming out against him.
Yeah. So then Enka will reach into her bag of holding and pull out.
Oh, slap her hands. No. You pay for the tip. I got this.
Okay. Well, she will gladly accept the 475 from whoever wants to pay it, and you guys just mark it off of your character sheet.
So how much difference was it between? It was 100.
Yeah. So it's the original price was 575. She's charging you 475.
Okay. So then Enka will reach in and pull out 100 and or the equivalent thereof, and then go and here's a tip. And so she's kind of like, here, we'll make up the cost of it. You'll just get 100 of it. So
And she looks at that and she smiles and she says, I appreciate that gesture. The gratuity will be a fine donation to the Copper Curtain Foundation. We will put this money to good use. There have been, as you might imagine, in the attack a few months ago, there have been a lot of the citizens of Waterdeep that were deeply impacted. Some of them have been displaced and are still not in their permanent homes. So we have set up a foundation to help those that are less fortunate. We will consider your tip a donation to that cause.
Then here, let me add to that. So then she fishes out another 100 gold.
You are most generous, my lady. And may I say, she says, turning to Elora, my lady, you have excellent taste in jewelry. You both, it's been a pleasure to help you both.
And at that time, she's like, okay, can we go now? Come. not really loud, but she's just kind of like, okay, shall we go? We got to get ready for this evening.
Yeah, and indeed, when you before you get ready to go, there's not one, not two, but three people that come out from behind the counter, and they are all wearing these white cotton gloves. And the one woman is carrying, with her hands held out before her, palms up and together, there is a burgundy box that is completely covered in leather. Wait a minute. Did I say maroon or did I say burgundy? I think I said maroon before.
Yeah.
So it's a maroon colored leather box or leather wrapped box, about 12 inches on a side. So it's not quite a cube. The 12 inches on a side and about 8 inches tall. And it is emblazoned with the name and the symbol of the Copper Curtain Boutique. And then there is the second person is holding a piece of silk, and they take the silk and they wrap the silk around the box, and then they do this thing like where they make this very elaborate presentation of tying just a specific type of knot with the silk, so that it looks like a very complicated knot, but it's not really tied all that tight. It's meant that it can be easily untied when it's ready. And then the third person has a bag. And this bag is made of it's a material like you don't quite know exactly what to make of it. It looks almost to be the consistency of vellum, but it is very shiny and smooth, and it is the same color as the same maroon color as the box. And this silk that got wrapped around the box, by the way, is kind of a cream colored silk. And so then they hold the bag open and they gently set the box down in the bag. And this bag is, it's maybe like 2 feet tall. And it's maybe It's maybe 18 inches wide. So it's like this box just sits down in the bottom of the bag. And they say all four of them, the woman who's been helping you and these three, they put their hands together and they give you a little bow and they say, "Thank you so much for shopping at the
Curtain.
Copper Curtain boutique."
Boutique. and Enka kind of looks at Elora going, "Geez, for a moment there I almost felt like I was back in Kamigawa."
I kind of chuckle and just remember a comment from earlier and says, "I guess we don't know what to do with our money."
and with that comment, the woman who's been helping you, she looks a little bit embarrassed once again.
Then
and
she'll
Enka
go
just
on
kind
and
of
thank
chuckles.
everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Okay,
All right.
that wasn't awkward or strange or bizarre or anything.
Oh, not at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely they want you to remember your shopping experience at
We'll remember, all right.
Yeah. They want you to know that you have really experienced shopping at the Copper Curtain boutique. Especially if you are an important clientele.
Gotcha.
All clientele are important, but some are
Kind
truly
of like
important.
getting the silver-colored box with the burgundy ribbon from Borsheim's. If you don't know what Borsheim's is, it's Warren Buffett's jewelry store.
Okay. Yeah. There was something I don't know exactly what it is that I was channeling. I was more or less thinking of like the whole Tiffany's thing.
Oh yeah.
But it's like
Here in Omaha, if you get that silver box with the burgundy ribbon, you're like, yep, they went to Borsheim's.
Yeah. And it's like, the hoi polloi go to Jared, but they went to Borsheim's.
Yeah, exactly. I've actually gotten a box from Borsheim's, but it was as a gift, and it was a teapot.
Ooh, wonderful.
No,
All right,
I gave it to a friend. Anyway.
Okay, so anybody want to do anything else before we head out for the dinner this evening? All right.
So what did Oyohusa do all day?
As far as we know, he spent his day very productively in the library, reading and doing research. As far as we know, Enka and Elora, you get ready for the evening. Obviously, this is not as formal an occasion as the masquerade ball, but also obviously you guys now have a collection of some appropriate evening wear. Everybody else has their appropriate.
Grabbed a set of while we were out. Sorry, I would have grabbed a set of the sheets that everybody was reading earlier the day.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to see what was going on. So yeah.
Oh, okay. The broadsheets.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So you have you get a broadsheet, and you can either, if you have some time, you can either read that back at your room, or you'll read that later on this evening after dinner.
Okay.
I hope you were listening when I described what it was, because I had to go back and remember what I said about the things. But maybe Oyohusa will share that at the dinner. So you all head to Galibar's mother's house, and you have the directions on how to get there. And there's something that I started to do at the beginning of the session, and I got distracted, and I haven't yet done it. So I need to go do that now.
My plan was successful. I distracted the GM.
Yes. So let me go get this. It's this, and where are we? Uh-oh.
I know what else Adamant would do. He would give himself a nice, fresh coat of oil and polish himself up. Adam's version of taking a bath.
Shiny for Galibar's mama.
I gotta make it sound awkward.
Because it is.
Why do you gotta make it sound so damn awkward? Because it is.
Yeah, of course it is. Then we'll do that. We're going to save that as. Oh, that's why. That's why it wasn't in there.
Maybe?
Because it went to the wrong place. And we'll put it there. Okay, cancel. Then we're going here, and we're going
fucking hands. Sorry.
here, and we're going here. And I'll pull this into here. Then we'll go here. All right. So as you approach the house, very elegant looking house. It's not by any means the largest house in this block, but even the smallest of homes here is sizable. Everything here is at a minimum 3 stories, and has a nice little manicured yard out front. Most of them have 2 or 3 levels to the yard that are all nicely set off with little brick facades, or even little miniature iron gates and fences around, the flower beds or the hedges that are on each level of the terrace. And then there's a wide stair that goes up towards the front door. And as you get up to the front door, you will come to, let's see, we need a handout. And this is this. And then I'm going to grab this file. And I'm going to put it into there. And the as you get about halfway up the stairs, the front door opens, and presumably the butler greets you.
Yep.
And the person who opens the door looks like this. And
okay. That's not creepy or anything.
And he says, Good evening. You must be the Lady Elora, Lady Enka, Master Adamant, and Master Oyohusa. The mistress is expecting you. My name is Pip. I am the butler. Please come in. Dinner will be served in approximately half an hour.
Is Pip floating?
No, it's just.
Okay,
He has
so
no right to the picture. Gotcha.
It's hard to find a picture.
yeah. Okay, so
Oh, you look so cute.
yeah. But yeah, Pip is apparently another Warforged Adamant. A Warforged decidedly not built for combat. Or at least not the kind of combat you were built for.
Built for combat with small critters. And
He's also her bodyguard, but he's very rarely actually does anything like that.
Yeah, so he's maybe the inspiration for his design was drawn more from someone who does combat in a style more similar to Oyohusa's hand-to-hand, martial arts combat. So, yeah. So there's, yeah. Oops.
She'll turn to Adam and say, "Are you guys made from the same people?"
Unlikely.
From the same people? You mean by the same people?
Yes. As Laura's now thrown off a little bit more.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and close this and close this. Yeah, there's a nice sitting room that you all are led to, and you meet your hostess. And your hostess is now, I don't know that any of you did any of you actually meet her before the ball? Or did you just see her at the ball?
I was introduced at the ball.
At the ball.
Okay. All right. So none of you have seen her out of her elaborate ball gown and everything. But you are led into a sitting room, and I'm sorry, this is going to look like the dining room, but I didn't make a whole bunch of settings for this scene. So just imagine, if you will, a sitting room as opposed to a dining room. And you are introduced to the Lady Osir. Actually, the Lady Osir. How do you pronounce the last name, Chris? You came up with the character.
I haven't looked at it for. Let me check again.
Yeah, you can look at the message you sent me today.
Of course, I picked a very difficult draconic name. Just how you had pronounced it.
Okay, the Lady Osir, Uesbro. I'm tempted just to see how Google would pronounce it, but then again,
that's terrifying. I wouldn't do that.
No.
Yeah,
it's
that's
draconic. It only sounds great when spoken in draconic.
Okay, all right,
Like
yeah.
German.
So
Sorry, any
anyway,
German people out there.
he will introduce her, and he will ask if he can bring anybody refreshments. And he looks at Adamant, and he says, "If I may recommend, Lady Osir keeps a supply of the sweetest oil for my consumption. I would be glad to share a glass."
Well, I will try to find that.
Huh. Okay, good. And then, does anybody else want anything to drink? Water or wine or ale or?
Can I get I will ask for a very small amount of light wine, please.
Oh, very well. You prefer the white or the red?
Whatever's sweeter.
Okay, yes. We have a lovely sweet Riesling, and I can bring you. And for anyone else?
Something fruity?
Oh, fruity. A dark fruity wine? We have a very lovely sangria.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay. And
Well, we have this thing with us.
yeah. Master Oyohusa, Master Galibar, can I bring anything for either of you?
No, but I did tell Mother that Oyohusa did like tea, so Oyohusa, would you like some tea?
Ken, are you there? Did we lose Ken?
He's still in the chat.
We may have lost him. All right. So, or he might have had to step away for a moment. All right. So, he'll bring some a pot of hot water and a selection of tea bags and a cup and some things for Oyohusa to decide what he wants when he gets back. All right. So, there's polite conversation, and Lady Ausir will say, so, how are you all doing? Did you enjoy the masquerade ball last night?
Oh, very much so.
Um,
She's kind of like, how do you say? Yeah, we enjoyed it all right after getting kidnapped by gods, but she doesn't say that out loud.
And she says, please sit down, make yourselves comfortable.
And so then Enka looks at Elora kind of like, gonna give her the gift? Mm-hmm.
Forgot to give her the gift at the door. I still kind of like say it out loud and like cover our mouth once again, like, uh-oh, I just told her we just got her a gift. That ruins the surprise.
She's not the one who answered the door. Pip was.
It was.
Yeah, but the first time that we met her.
Anyway.
Say yes, give it.
So Elora will pull it out of her bag, and since
you mean Enka?
Enka was not Enka, good God, Elora was the one that paid for most of it. She gives it to Elora. Here.
To give it back to Enka. Here.
Finally, Enka's just like, oh, for Pete's sake. And then reaches over and hands it to his mother. Here, we got you a little something to say thank you for inviting us into your home and for the meal this evening.
But it looks like we all did.
Oh,
Adamant is carrying a small box.
Go ahead, Adamant.
No, I'm just saying. You had to get something from Oyo, but Adamant brought his own.
Okay. So, Lady Ausir, she says, "Oh, you are so sweet. you all did not have to do this. I was hoping to just have a chance to speak to you, but it is so kind and thoughtful of you to bring a gift. Tell me, is this something from one of your adventures, or? And as she accepts the bag from Enka and takes a look inside it, she, oh no, okay, this is something you found here. The Copper Curtain Boutique. Oh, that's an elegant shop. You have such wonderful taste. And then she looks at Adamant, who has a. What does your package, or what does the package that you have look like?
Like, it's just a little chest. Just
Okay,
kinda hold it out.
wooden, metal, or
It's a wooden chest.
Okay, all right, and Adamant, that is lovely. So there's a little table there where you can set it down.
He made it himself.
Well, you don't know that.
I actually said it, as he probably made it himself.
He sets it down on the table.
And she looks at it and she says, "Such wonderful craftsmanship, Adamant. That's beautiful. I know just. I have been thinking that there are a few knickknacks I have that I didn't know quite where to put them, and a chest like this would be just perfect for
He
those."
just kind of blinks. No. Inside, though, you can keep the chest.
Oh, and she looks at Enka and looks back at the chest and looks at Enka and looks back at the chest and says, "And he crafted the chest as well. Amazing."
And then she kind of shows off her horns and goes, "He made these for me." So he's very, very talented.
Oh my goodness, those are lovely. And you can tell she there's a question that pops into her head, but immediately she goes into, "Oh, that may be an impolite question to ask, so I'm not going to." And it doesn't take it doesn't take an insight check to see that expression go across her face.
Oyohusa
takes the moment to cut the tension, and he brings forth a small, nicely floral, simple wrapped package, and this is the collection of herbal teas that I have collected across my travels of this fine world, and a little bit of green tea from the Far East, from where I come from.
Oh, well, that is absolutely lovely, Master Oyohusa. Thank you so much. How thoughtful of all of you. And
that's a funny coincidence.
And so she now she knows what this little package is, so she sets that down. The chest is here, and then the bag is down at her feet, and she decides, okay, Enka, you gave her the bag first, so she reaches into the bag and she pulls out, and everybody can see now it's this cream-colored silk wrapped around a box with a very elaborate-looking knot tied in the silk. And Lady Asir looks at it and she says, there's a trick to untying these. It's one of the trademarks of the Copper Curtain Boutique. You see, if you try to tug on the end like you think, it's just going to make the knot tighter. What you actually have to do is you actually have to reach into this little loop here, and she pulls up on that loop, and the whole thing just seems to kind of almost, the whole knot just seems to almost collapse, and the silk perfectly falls off so that all four corners fall off of the box at the same time and just lay out flat, so that now this nice maroon box is sitting with a perfect presentation in the middle of this cream colored silk. So it's like, okay, yeah, it's one of those places where they
You know, they
Where-
call that a slip knot.
oh yes.
She's like, I
Slip-
don't care.
I'm just gonna open this. I don't care what's going on.
And she says, really, you all are too kind. And she opens up the lid of the box, and it's a hinged lid. And as you open it, you can see that the inside of the box is the same maroon color velvet. Covers all of the inside surfaces of the box. So it's the leather on the outside, maroon on the inside, and the hinges are all gold plated.
Damn.
Of this little box, and there's a little brilliant silver silk pillow inside that the brooch is sitting on, and it's sat at just kind of an angle, so that as you're opening the box, it just sort of sits up there, so you get like just the perfect view of it. And she's, oh my stars! Really, you all are. And she puts a hand to her chest and she says, Galibar, you have the most thoughtful friends. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. And she lifts out this little brooch and she holds it up to show everybody. And those of you who haven't seen it, it's this silver brooch with the very nice dark blue crystal quartz stone in the middle of it, and it's just that perfect balance of elegance and flash, where it's not too flashy. It's more elegant than it is flashy, but they just hit that balance the right way. So that it's like, ooh, okay, yeah. That anybody who sees that is going to go, oh, that's nice. Even if it is only blue quartz instead of a sapphire. And she says, thank you so much. And
Your son has been a wonderful companion during our travels, and we appreciate that he is sharing his home life with us at this time.
oh, well, that is so wonderful. Now, Galibar, of course you know what this means. This means that if they ever invite you to dine at their homes, you're going to have to bring an appropriate gift. Don't make it look like I raised you poorly.
Thinking, Elora is not going to be inviting him to her family's house.
Well, at least for these two, I believe they are from a different plane. But I would be glad to see Oyohusa's family at some point. He says with a big smile on his face.
Sucker!
And I believe Adamant's I've been to the Temple of Moradin many times, and Temple of Gond a couple times. So,
Well, yes, but you you have contacted me from all sorts of planes. You never know when your travels are going to take you to the homes of your companions. So just remember to represent me well if you are a guest in their homes. Be a good boy. And
About this time, Enka has to kind of cover her mouth just slightly, like, la 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 la. Didn't hear that. Poor Galibar.
and then she looks over at this chest, and she says, Adamant, I cannot get over this workmanship. This is... did you in fact create this chest yourself?
Yes.
Oh, that is incredible.
Someone
The
asks you,
detail.
God, you say yes.
And
Yes. He's just like, yes.
and she opens up the lid of the chest, and now you said the actual service itself is wrapped.
Lightly oiled cloth, yes.
Oh, lightly oiled cloth. Okay. So she looks down at it and she starts to pull that back, and oh my stars! Adamant, this is beautiful. And she reaches in and let's see, you shared that image with me, so let me go ahead and make a handout for that.
Yes, Sassy, I know. Oh, good Lord.
And then I will go here, and I will go here, and I will do this, and I will do this, and it is okay. All right, so go there, and then it's this and this, and we'll bring the image here, drop it into place, save this, and then show it to the players. And what she brings out is she brings out a little milk jug, a little sugar bowl, and a teapot, all of which are adorned, worked in silver and adorned with a dragon motif. And she says, "This is remarkable. Thank you so much, Adamant. That is just so beautiful." And
it'll go perfect with Oyohusa's teas.
Yes, it will. And Oyohusa, you are so thoughtful to bring these teas. Is there something that you would recommend, Oyohusa, that would go well with this lovely dragon motif tea service?
Well, all of it.
Elora will blink at Oyohusa and say, "Oh, yo."
Well, it's true that every single one of them is handcrafted and selected for the finest ingredients. They're all wonderful.
Should she try first?
It is a gift. She could try any of them.
But she wants help choosing.
Oyohusa, which one would you like to recommend first?
That one. And he just doesn't even point.
Okay.
He just says that one.
Yeah, she's looking at the teas, and she's kind of going through them, and he says that one. So she just pulls out the one that she's holding at the moment. Oh, wonderful. And would you like to describe what that tea is? Is this one an herbal tea? Is it a breakfast tea? Is it a green tea?
Oh, it's a very rich, earthy, bitter rhubarb tea it's going to go terrible with this meal.
Oh well, this is
turd.
why you guys are all sitting in the sitting room before the meal is ready.
Oh, okay. No,
yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, it's a bit of a, it's kind of an herbal sassafras and like
Okay.
blueberry kind of thing. It's kind of sweet, but a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit of an earthy tone.
And as she puts some into the infuser and sets it in the pot, you can start to smell some of the aroma, and it's got that little light note of berry that you can smell, and then that little light sort of woodsy, spicy note. You can't quite tell is that sassafras or is that cinnamon that I'm smelling? And then after a while you think, oh no, that's sassafras. And then after a few minutes, she pours several cups for the people that want some tea. And by this time, Pip has brought in the wine for the people that wanted wine, and has brought in a nice metal cup, Adamant, that has a lid with a little port on it that is clearly designed for the Warforged interface. And as you raise it up, your olfactory sensors tell you that, oh yes, it does have a little bit of a sweet quality to this oil. And it does have a lighter coloration to it. So it's like a very light mineral oil type of thing that you would be looking at. And it is a very refreshing lubricant. Just not something that you would use every day, and not something that you would use as a primary lubricant, but just, if the day has been a little bit dusty and you just want to have a little pick me up, this would be the perfect thing to make you feel like everything is operating smoothly again until you come to your night's rest. So it's just a perfect little refreshing spritz of oil there. And so then Lady Asir Pip will tell you after a few moments that dinner is served, and he invites you into the dining room. And when you get into the dining table, you all are seated much as you see here, and the table in her dining room is kind of in the back of the house, and the primary seating is on one side of the table, and on the opposite side of the table is this large picture window, and you look out over a little veranda, and then beyond that, the house is built. These houses on this street, they're kind of all built a little bit higher than the street is, and there's some open acreage back behind these houses, and so you're looking out over the lawn, and there's the hedge on either side, so the hedge between her house and the next one, and the other one and the next one, and she has this little pond that it's obviously an artificial pond because it's maybe 15 feet, 20 feet across and very shallow, but it's got like this these decorative stones that are in the pond, and there's like a little weeping willow over there and a little bench where you can tell that's kind of looks like a little outdoor meditation nook or something where it might be nice to just sit out there under that tree and read or look at the stones in the water or look at the pond or whatever. And the sun has set by this time, and then you can see beyond that the lights of the city beginning to come up. So the city is beginning to go into the nighttime. All right, so the dinner is there's a roast, and there are a number of vegetables that are served. The vegetables are steamed, and then there's some potatoes, and potatoes are served a couple of different ways, and there's like a couple of different casseroles and whatnot and it's kind of all served family style. And so there's like a big tray of everything, and she will invite Galibar to start and ask him to put a little bit on her plate and then serve himself, and then afterwards send it down to Enka and Elora and Oyohusa and on down the table. And so as everybody is getting served, she will say, "Well, I've heard a little bit during your travels from my son, but I would be very curious to hear from you. And would anybody like to tell me a little bit about one of your adventures that you that was particularly memorable, Master Oyohusa? So, tell me something from your travels that was very memorable, if you can."
Oh, I'm sure that your son has much better stories than I. Did he tell you about the time he rode a T-Rex in Cholt?
Rode a T-Rex in Cholt? Why, I don't think you did, Galibar. I remember when you all went to Cholt, and she looks at Galibar, and everybody go ahead and roll me an insight check, if you will.
Against Galibar too.
Damn. See, I'll do all my really good rolls tonight, today, and then after this, it'll just suck.
Yeah. Actually, Galibar, you don't need to roll an insight on this. So we've got Enka, we've got Oyo, we've got Adamant. Is Ivy with us?
No, she had to leave early.
Oh, okay. All right. So you guys can tell that when she talks about the trip to Cholt and looks over at Galibar, clearly there's some that has triggered some memory that is unsettling for her. And now as players, you guys may, some of you, at least that were in the game at the time, may remember some of the particulars of what was going on. But as characters, I don't know how much anybody outside of Galibar knew what was going on at the time.
I don't think you really mentioned it.
Yeah, Galibar is kind of like looking a little embarrassed because he himself forgot that happened. There was a lot of stuff happening at the time. It was kind of when this started happening. He just looked motions out of his body, and I kind of regained some memory, so it might have just overshadowed the T-Rex ratting a bit.
And your mother will say, yes, that certainly was an eventful period. It was right after that awful attack by the Githyanki, as I recall. But please, Oyohusa, tell me about my son riding the T-Rex. I would love to hear this story.
Well, somehow we got invited and we attended the great dinosaur races there in Cholt. And we spent, time at the races. We did some gambling and shopping, and I think he won the race, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
I believe he did, and he like a small happy child when he was riding the dinosaur.
Galibar's face goes from icy blue to freaking purple.
Of course, that was also the time we tried to smuggle a Ankylosaurus, I do believe. A baby.
I was trying to buy a animal companion, and then it turned out that the people who were selling them were not good people. That's not my fault.
I don't remember now. I tried to convince the custom agent to allow us to take it back to the mainland, and that did not go over very well at all.
And Lady Asir says, "Oh, Galibar, I know you have always had such a heart for animals, and I'm sure that you would be a wonderful caretaker of a fearsome beast such as a dinosaur. But yes, the code legal of Waterdeep is very strict on such things. It wasn't so when I was younger, but when I was about 20, there was a person who went on an exotic animal safari to the far reaches of Faerun. And they brought back with them several species of exotic animals. I think they brought back a cave bear, and I think they brought back a dire wolf, and then I think they brought back. Now I honestly don't know if it's a natural animal or if it's some sort of a magical beast. It looks like a panther, but it has 8 legs and it's got these tentacles on its back. And somehow this person got the officials to allow him to bring these animals to his estate within Waterdeep. But as you might imagine, it wasn't long before I believe the panther was the first one to get out. And after it had mauled several children and killed 3 domestic dogs, I think the poor thing had to be put down. And then I think it was the dire wolf that got out. And after the dire wolf got out, they made him get rid of all of the animals. He had to take them either to a zoological preserve or return them to whence he had purchased them. and they rewrote the laws to not permit exotic animals in the city. It's a very tightly controlled business.
Sorry.
Pete knows exactly what that was. Adamant has no clue.
Yeah, some of you may know. You guys can all. I see Adamant made a nature check, so anybody that wants to can make a nature check to know what the 8-legged panther with tentacles on its back would
Doesn't
be.
our lawyer have one of those as a pet?
No, he does not have one of
And
those.
who
But even if he does, Galibar's never seen it.
Yeah, I was thinking like which I know there was like a very powerful figure in D&D that has a pet displacer beast.
No, he has
Apparently
an astral
Seen this
panther.
thing before.
Yeah.
What he is describing is a placer beast.
Yeah.
Yep.
He
Yeah.
said, "I'm leaving now. Goodbye."
Yeah. So Enka and Oyo, yeah, you know exactly what that is. That's a displacer beast. Extremely dangerous predators. And you do find them around Toril, but conventional wisdom is that they are some sort of extraplanar creature that was basically brought here to Toril and escaped and has managed to survive and breed here.
Highly intelligent.
Yeah. So in modern sensibility terms, we would call that an invasive species. But just in the same way that African boa constrictors are an invasive species in the Everglades, it's not because the boa constrictors wanted to come here. It's because some idiot decided, I don't want this snake anymore. I'm going to take it to the Everglades and let it go.
They don't attack their prey outright. They like to play games.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Which is why it mauled several children instead of just outright killing them. And with this wonderful, scintillating dinner conversation getting underway, we will return next time, and we will pick up with our conversation in our next game. But for right now, we have reached the end of our session. And let me go and double check. I finally got smart and pinned something today. And I believe that next weekend is going to be Labor Day weekend. Also next Sunday, there is a home match for the soccer team. So we will not be having a game next Sunday. So everybody enjoy their Labor Day weekend next week.
At least I don't have to rush back from the fort.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully for your sake, Heather, hopefully the weather will have started to turn a little bit, and it won't
I
be.
can only hope.
Yeah, it won't feel like.
I thought you looked at the
middle of-
schedule and your game was on a Saturday.
There is a game on a Saturday and a game on a Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, so September 5th, there's a game. So yeah, we'll be. We won't have a game next Sunday, and then just to prepare you guys, there are going to be 3 weeks in a row at the end of October and the first week of November, where back-to-back Sunday games. So I'm going to try to make sure that on my end we can wrap everything up in Waterdeep by the 17th of October. I'd like to make sure we have enough that we can get that far, but it would make a it would make perfect sense if we can put a nice, neat little bow on your visit to Waterdeep on the session on October 17th. Then we have a few weeks off, and then when we resume, we're starting the adventure in the next location that we're going to. So it feels kind of like a nice little natural place to take a break. And then what you guys do on those 3 weeks is going to be up to you. And viewers, you will be shortly, within the next week or two, perhaps as early as later this week, you will begin to find on the YouTube and on the Twitch page, you'll begin to find a link to a Discord. Because I have created a new Discord server. You guys probably know that we play with our voices on a Discord server, but I'm creating one Discord server for all of my games. And it's going to have sections of that Discord server that are open to people who watch our archives on YouTube or like to watch the live streams. So places where you can come and during the week you can interact with the players or with the DM, questions that you may have about any of the stuff on the YouTube or questions about the campaigns, and where you can go and talk to other people that are part of the viewer community. And it's all part of our effort to be a little bit more interactive for September. I have I've tried to be very deliberate in as we're growing the game and growing followers, making sure that we introduce new things for people, but also that we don't try to do too much too quickly. So hopefully this will be something that those of you that enjoy watching the games will get some value out of, and hopefully it'll be something that will draw some new folks as well to our community. So be looking for that. The players have already been introduced to that, and they've started to have a day or two to kick the tires on it, and I'll be seeing what feedback they have to try to tweak it a little bit before we start opening it up to other folks that are not part of the actual cast of any of the games that we run here. All right. I am DM Galibar, and coming up on these channels tomorrow night, we will have a Monster Monday. And yes, I've been so busy today, I still haven't figured out what we're doing for Monster Monday. So guess what I'm going to be doing before I hit the hay tonight? I'm going to figure out what we're doing and write the Monster Monday.
Displacer Beast.
Yeah.
The Displacer Beast. Yeah, that's an idea. I'll have to go back and make sure I haven't done the Displacer Beast before.
I don't think you have.
Yeah, I don't remember if I did. All right, well, if I haven't done that, Pete, then we will do that. So make sure you show up tomorrow night, Pete, and hang out in the chat if you can. That way, if you have any thoughts on the Displacer Beast,
it is one of my favorite D&D monsters.
Yeah, it is. It is one of the classics, isn't it? Yes, and then on Thursday night we will have our Sword Coast Chronicles game coming up on Thursday night. And then I think on Saturday next week, we will not have a game either. So this coming week, the only live streams will be Monday and Thursday. Labor Day weekend, there will be no stream on Saturday night and no stream on Sunday night because of sports and also because of holiday. So everybody have a great week. Have a safe and happy Labor Day for those in the U.S. For those outside, hope you just have a wonderful end to your August and a lovely start to your September. Everyone take care. Talk to you later.